how we've come so far. Hope you still come back to my heart. Didn't mean to hurt you bad, only did those things so that I could make a little room for us. I wish on every shooting star that you still come back to my heart. Let's take a ride, let's take it. Just think about it, you want it. Fall in love, you love it. You can control it. You make me feel something much stronger, something that I may never forget. I just want this to be longer, longer, yeah, longer. Where you are, where you are, where you go, where
Excedrin.
Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin. Game over for headaches.
Sources say Class 9 meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
That being... Oh, can you hear me? There you go. Hey guys, it's me, your old pal. I'm here to tell you that being a host is hard. Just kidding, it's not that hard. But for the next 5 minutes, let's pretend that being a host is hard, because I'm racking my brain trying to figure out why I have so many headaches here on the show floor. Maybe, just maybe it's because there's so many games on the show floor, and games have been known to have headache triggers in them. Whatever the reason is, if you have a headache, you should be thankful that Excedrin is here. And I'm thankful, personally, that they are a partner here at the PAX Arena, and they actually have a booth live on the show floor called the Excedrin Healing Haven. Now, what is that, you may be asking? The same question when I arrived, and they gave me this nice little card that says everything that you can experience to relieve stress here on the show floor. And it all starts from the second you walk in with nice green light. Green light has been proven to help relieve stress, and also, see, people love Excedrin. They're taking pictures right here. Maybe it's just with this guy here, not me, but whatever. Green light has been known to reduce stress and anxiety. It starts with that. Then you can fill up your water bottle. They have a hydration station. I need more water. We all need more water. You can get it here at the Excedrin Healing Haven. There's also music featuring binaural beats, which is a big science word for relaxing music known to relieve stress and anxiety, live on the show floor. And then get this, they also have a licensed masseuse here to give you a hand massage live on the show floor, something I've been trying to get done on the show floor for years, legally, to little success. And if all else fails, they also have a sensory deprivation chamber, a sound blocking chamber, which has been scientifically proven to block my voice. So that's got to be worth something in terms of relaxation. Come on down to the Healing Haven. Check it out. You will not regret that you did. You can even grab some Excedrin if you have a headache related to gaming or even just show floor woes. Come check it out. You will not regret it. Speaking of not regretting things, I'm going to stop talking, toss on over the desk. We're going to get started with our Valorant action, and I'm going to see how many massages I can get before they kick me out. Who knows? Over to you guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. That was a wonderful segment from our partner Excedrin. Shout out to them for handling all of your headache needs here at PAX. We are finally ready to start our $7,500 spin showcase for Valorant collegiate and high school students. My name is Fickle, and I'm joined by Bear. One more time, you saw us at the top of the broadcast, but we are finally back to bring you our 5v5 action here at Valorant. Bear, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, and patience is a virtue for sure as we work through some technical difficulties, but super excited to see finally some in-person Valorant, which is always mega exciting online, but then you bring it into this LAN environment and it's a whole different feel here, Fickle. I'm excited for these players with the opportunity to win this money. $5,000 goes to first place, $2,500 to second place in Scholar Dollars. So all of this is all about finding the right collegiate opportunities for these players, and I couldn't be more excited.
And speaking of collegiate opportunities, we do have a bit of a wild card in the bracket. We have one team that was invited here from a local qualifier over in, I think it was, what's the name of the town?
In Foxborough.
Foxborough, yeah. Thank you. Local town, and then we're going to bring them over here to be the kind of invited team here. And speaking of inviting people onto our broadcast, we are thankful to MSI for providing all of the hardware, the official hardware provider for the PAX Arena. They're providing all the computers, all the headsets, keyboard, mice, the whole 9 yards, really good mouse pads as well. So shout outs to MSI. Thanks so much. They even gave me a Lucky the Dragon to have here on the desk. I am very thankful for them. And I wonder if I can take this little guy home. I have a really nice spot for him right on top of my MSI tower.
I thought that was an understood thing. I mean, hopefully I can take home this pal, and he'll give me company during the cast. I always love that kind of vibe going on.
We love plushies here at the PAX Arena. So thanks one more time to MSI. Let's talk about our teams we got coming up here. First up on the broadcast, it's going to be our quarterfinal match between 2Z Val, the team that qualified out of the local qualifier, and then we also have Iron 1, the two teams on the stage ready to play.
And Iron 1 just came out of the qualifiers. As you see, the PCs lined up in the front of this PAX Arena, and I saw them go to overtime as well, so able to fight through a little bit of the nerves playing on land and being able to kind of provide an experience for themselves in a pressure situation, and being able to perform in that with that clutch situation. Obviously, that's going to come in handy here, Fickle. So we'll see if they can roll with it here and continue to ride some momentum. But they're going up against this tough team. I got to witness them at Helix with 2Z Val as they put on an absolute show, wrecked through that top side of the bracket in that qualifier and in the grand finals, although they drop them at. Ultimately, they were successful in working their way here. So should be a super even and awesome matchup to watch.
Let me know a little bit about the players on the side of 2Z Val. We don't really have much information on some of the attendees coming into play. All we know is that they are eligible high school and college students with valid IDs. Some of them were kind of pickup teams. Others formed like 3 or 4-man squads and picked up one. And it really depends on the skill level here. I've seen ranks in the LFT chat all the way from silver to immortal, and we could potentially have a bunch of different teams here. But we'll talk about that while we get in here. Look at the map ban and selection here. So going all the way down, no split, no fracture, no ascent, no bind, no haven, and we have finally landed on Icebox. And to that, 2Z Val will be starting on attack. Iron 1 will be on defense.
Should be an awesome one to watch. I didn't get to see Icebox at all last night, so definitely a good change of pace in my eyes. But also that means I didn't see 2Z Val on Icebox either. And, coming into this one, they didn't have a Sage at all on broadcast, so I wasn't able to see, who's going to fill in that role here at Icebox. Obviously, you're going to see a Viper and Sage combination, or otherwise you're not doing yourself very many favors, right? That is definitely the meta here in Icebox, so we'll see who locks in. It'll be interesting as you see 2Z Val on the right side of your screen here. Equinox going with Viper here. That seemed to be a role for Reese last time, but he's also comfortable in that KO role too. So they lock in. 2Z has played Jet consistently throughout the Helix showcase in Foxborough. So no shocker here. He's going to go back to the Duelist in this situation.
There are some recent changes to Icebox, particularly on the B site. Back yellow has now shifted about 45 degrees, making it a little less safe for the retakes and for holding that site. Some minor changes underneath the plant spot as well, opening up some more default plants. The box to penetrate through has been completely barred off. There's going to be no more kind of spraying through that box on the default. We have some minor changes coming to the B site to make it a little more accessible. A is always known as that, like, pummel it in, 5-man deep. It's very hard to hold the A site unless you have double controllers set up right there on the site. And it looks like we are almost close to locking in. We have a completely locked in side from 2Z Val, starting with KO, Viper, Jet, Sova, and Chamber. Pretty standard there. I think the KO is a little bit of an off pick. The 0 point would be able to kind of clear out the B site and the A site and remove some of the utility. And on the opposite side, we're seeing also a Sage, Sky, Raze, and Omen. So a very diverse selection of agents for our first map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I haven't seen Raze on this map in a very long time, so it'll be interesting to see how they utilize it here. Obviously on the defense, maybe for a little bit of that mid control, you have perpendicular walls, maybe toss out the boom bot, right, and follow that up with some aggressive positioning. But you're really just playing into the hands of the attack at that point. So interesting pick. Maybe at this point in time, in the bracket, it did you favors in the last one, so you roll back with what's comfortable for you. That's one of the reasons why. No shocker here to see Fickle that both are going to select a Chamber as well, as he's become taking the world by storm, really, with the meta here. And so they will roll back with it. Duster on the side of Iron 1, and Rex Gator back to Sova, it looks like, as he played multiple times yesterday in the qualifier.
All right, PAX audience, are you ready for game number 1 of Valorant here at the Spin Showcase? $7,500 on the line in Scholar dollars. Let me hear you out there. Let's go.
One more time.
There we go. All right. Starting off on attack here. It's going to be 2Z Val. Recon Dart.
Indeed. I'm going to roll into try to find as much information as possible, including the Owl Drone as well. As Equinox so effective with this Ghost and gets the first kill right off the bat on Frax. And now we'll hop directly onto top of site. Backline Able to get one in as well. Duster rather. Gonna follow that up on Harmony, one of the best and leading fraggers on the squad. Bolt follows that up as well with the double kill, including the boom bot. So a nasty defense here to start things off in an ever so important pistol round win.
Amazing retake on the A site. It's a very common tactic to just bombard and rush in with all of your agents just to take site. Very nice retake from the side of Iron 1, and they're going to take the first round of our invited team.
Yeah, off the bat pretty quick. It seemed like it was a simple strategy walking into A there, and you know they were able to get to top of site, but they didn't really have a game plan moving forward after that point in time. And so when the pressure started to mount from Rafters and from the back of site there, they just weren't able to handle it. And so you know, I drop one now, but you kind of get your legs behind you. They have been waiting for a while now to start off, so you get a little bit antsy here. So the first team to really shake that off and get going is going to be ultimately successful. And Rexgator going to jump out quickly here. As you see the toxic screen already up for the attack, so that'll allow their chance to step up right onto that corner in order to get the spike down. So proving effective, and the rotation comes around now. It'll be a 4v5 retake with the toxic screen if they have to deal with dropped in time. And Harmony able to find Duster on that first exchange. Choosy did a little bit of damage, could not get that trade. The Spectre at long range is so hard to get that kind of that damage there.
Yeah, Tuzi holding back yellow there. It's a little bit harder to hold on the retake, but it's a 5v2 situation here. And something to note, Tuzi Val did buy into this, so this is definitely a must-win round for them, or their economy is going to be broke. And it looks like Harmony on the backside gonna eliminate Napes, and that's a round 2 forced buy from the side of Tuzi Val. They are exuding confidence. That is a very ballsy buy-in for round number 2.
I agree, and we saw that in the qualifier as well. They tend to really just fortune favors the bull seems to be their motto, right? They hop out and they're comfortable in their trades, and although the first round did not quite go their way, it looks like their B-side attack much more confident in that side, and so no surprise here that they elect to play more of a default, but lined up maybe towards that B, so we'll see if they continue with this type of path, but no surprise either to see Equinox right back on that Omen as well, so we'll see what he can do moving forward as right now they line up for this side. You have the Chamber in Sage trying to hold off that A side in the meantime, has a little bit of that util down from Chamber, but it should be a trade here a couple of times. It's Harmony 3K, back to back to back. Great combination there, and that will be a huge advantage for this attack.
3K, one clip, and it's mostly an eco round here on the side of Iron 1. They also invested heavily into the last round. So a bunch of shorties, a bunch of classics, nothing to really write home about. Rifle should be coming out in this round, and we'll see what they can actually do when they have the guns in their hand.
And sure enough, that's what it looks like here, as the attack will go with more of a Spectre-heavy approach here, so a little bit of a more conservative route here than we've seen in the past, but that'll allow them to buy next round with ease. So that's what they'll elect to do here, as the defense started out really strong with that first round, but since then the attacks looked completely different, as they will jump out with Rexgator with the Owl drone to try and see who he can pick off.
I don't know if that's going to spot him. Okay, it finally does. He checks his corners. Vax is out of there. He actually gets tagged on the way out. Unfortunate timing for him. And it looks like the B-take is strong once again. Pressure behind yellow, but Napes takes down 2. Reese, does he trade him? He's looking, he's hunting. They do trade at least, but now we're already down to a 3v3 situation. Spikes in hand behind yellow, but it looks like defense is here.
They sure are, and in a great spot too as far as the angle goes.
Oh, trigger discipline, he gets one. Does he get the second? No, gets traded out immediately by Bolt. 2v2.
And around they go, looking towards this A side as well, as they haven't picked up on it yet. They still think that they're about to push B, and so the attack will be allowed a free A, and it'll be a rotation and a retake here as long as they do this correctly. But they're a little bit, playing it a little bit conservatively. No, Reese will know for a fact that they're not around quite yet, so the spike will go down. They will set up their sight lines, as Reese knows they're coming from back of sight, so we'll set up and try to use some util to hold them at an arm's length, at least for the time being.
There's the ultimate activated from the KO, so we're not going to have any utility to use on site here so long as he stays down. This is a pretty long ultimate here. Doesn't really have to do much. It all comes down to the gunplay. Molly on top of the spike. No doing. Rex is playing a long angle. Doesn't get the kill, and that's going to be a round back for Iron 1. They used so much utility there. KO ultimate is down. Nothing gained in that round.
great patience. Team Iron 1 is not going to jump out and be that aggressive defense, or at least it doesn't seem that way to start off. And, they were patient with it, although they weren't given any clues as far as where the attack was going to go, and therefore a late retake. It seems like they don't really care when it is that they have to strike and get back on for the retake. And they were able to just find the right time to strike, and that's why they're going to tie this one directly back up here. It'll be a 2-2 scoreline going into this round number 5, and so trades back and forth in an odd manner, but either way, it's going to work for them for the time being. A similar strategy as we saw last time here, as they will begin towards this B site using Garage and trying to strike from multiple site angles as well. Try to find and pick off anybody they can, as getting behind where the typical toxic screen would be, where that lineup is. Harmony will get the first one, jumps out quickly for it. They can continue to just inch their way towards this site. Rexgator gotta get the spike down here, and it'll be another retake over and over again. But like we said before, Iron 1, this team isn't afraid to really set something up and be patient on this retake.
Harmony has been absolutely devastating, just crossing sneakily right under Tube. Nobody's really checking him. He gets 2 on the backside, making this a very easy take for the side of 2Z Val. Now all they have to do is retake. They're 100% on these retakes already on the B site, and it's looking pretty good for them so far.
Sure is, at a distance, and especially when you're going to land the shock dart as well. As a shock bolt will find Vrax, he'll be taken out as well, and this will make it even more difficult. But Blackline will get one in the process as Tuesday will go down, so a rifle out of the hands of this Tuesday Val side. That being said, the damage has been done here, Pickle. They're able to get this round win and jump to the 3-2 lead.
Trading back and forth. Like to see it. I'm glad that we're getting some competition from these 2Z Val opponents. This team of Iron 1, maybe not actually Iron 1. I would hope
What
not.
gave it away?
Sincerely,
Yeah.
I would hope not. But they are giving them a run for their money so far in the early rounds. They're trading back and forth every time. Nice shot from Blackline there. He gets to keep his Vandal, and we'll see what he does with it in the next round. There was pretty much no hope there. It seems like he's the only rifle on that round, and everybody else is going for an eco here.
No doubt. Duster not to. It looks like he's got the Tour de Force, but electing not to use it for this round. Perhaps they have a strategy in mind as far as when they want to use it, so respect the fact that even in a save round, you don't jump out and just use it directly. They've got something in mind for it. Acrodox able to get the first pick here, as they again elect to pick this B site, knowing that the defense is a little bit weaker in this instance. And so Reese will try to get the plant down, but they're right there. They see each other in trade. And it's going to be the showstopper that finds Harmony, but Susie able to get one back before Duster does eventually pull the Tour de Force and get one. But Rex Gator able to trade that directly back out again, and they'll have a 3-2 advantage as the spike goes down.
Harmony Val with the lurk one more time, but the timing got the absolute best of him, unfortunately. Gets taken down with the showstopper. A one-person trade on the showstopper, I mean, I'll take that if you're Susie Val. They still have both Hunter's Fury and Viper's Pit. They're not electing to use Viper's Pit yet because they have Hunter's Fury, and they might not even get to use it, or need to use it, rather. Another 3v1 situation. And Reese takes him down with the one-tap. Well done. No utility used. Another clean take. Another one for 2Z Val.
I'm kind of surprised that Bolt decided to peek that, because you can tell by the spam alone that he had been located off the bat. Reese knew exactly where he was, and at that point in time, it's just knowing your sight lines, knowing where the headshot is going to be, and that made it really easy for Reese to get that one tap and put him down here. As you see Harmony on top, we saw that a lot at the qualifier as well. Reese following up as in the pregame, I talked about Reese a little bit, and he's such a flex, a true flex. Able to switch from Sky to Jet to KO and Viper and Haven, Ascent, Haven, and Breeze respectively. So anything that he needs to play, not only does he play it, but he exceeds doing it. As right on cue, he's going to be the first one to get a pick here in this round as well.
Boy, Vrax and the rest of Iron 1 are having a terrible time trying to hold the B entrance there. They are getting absolutely utilitied out. Fragment grenade comes out. Look at this lurk from the side of Harmony. Every single round, the collateral as well. Does he get 3? Gets Blackline to half. He's chasing him down. Shock Dart comes in. Doesn't land. That might do it. Yes! Shock Dart elimination. I'm a very proud Sova main. And once again, it's B all the way. It's like they're in comms and they're just like holding down the B. Right?
Well,
B, 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 B all the way.
Exactly right. And
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
let's, can't hide from Rex Gator, especially in that instance. Trying to, back off and hide, maybe save weaponry. But at this point in time, you see that it's going to be a little bit tough here for Iron One, as they elect to go with, I don't think this is going to be the last that we see of what they purchased, or is it? Interesting pick on the weaponry there for Iron One.
Judges, shotguns in hand, they're trying to stop them, and it looks like we're actually going to have an A-tank here. There goes the null command from the side of 2Z Val. They have every single ultimate online. They're going to choose to use almost all the utility, jet dashing in, tailwind on top, taking default position. Not a lot you can do here on the side. 2Z gets one, Harmony another. Both headshots. Blackline trades out one, but it's still a 2v4 situation. All the utility online for 2Z Val, and now it's just Brax left in the corner. Tries to use Shrouded Step to get into the site, but 2Z Val's having none of it. 2Z on 2Z Val is having none of it.
And that's why you rarely see a team go to Icebox without Sova. You saw the Recon Dart pick up a couple on the back end, and at that point in time, once you do end up trading those out, or be able to pick those off, then what you have is an advantage, a clear advantage of knowing where everybody else might be based on who you found in the first place. And so a great job to recognize that in a pretty easy and awesome first half, at least for those of you who are following 2Z Val. As they continue that strength, they really continue that momentum that they brought over from Helix.
Operator in play here from the side of Iron One. I did not get to check where they're holding this on the site, but I know there is one in play. 2Z's going to run in with the Vandal. Actually gets a little bit cut off there from the fragment from his own KO, but it should be okay. They got the Viper wall on the default site. Look at this Sage wall from Blackline. Absolutely cheeky, way up on top of Tube. Oh, he's going to find Harmon in the backside. I don't know if they know he's up here. This is a crazy angle. Takes a lot of fall damage on the way down into the Viper's pit. Down, down, down. Sees one, trades him out. 1v3 situation here. Yeah. Hunter's Fury is online. Viper's pit is up. This all looks in the bag for 2Z Val.
Yeah, it should be an easy one here. Duster knows this as well. And still electing to linger a little bit towards the pit. Jumps down into it, down to 1 HP because of the decay. And so will have a difficult time. 36 HP before hitting it. It will take out 2Z, and now right back into the Viper's pit. Does find one, almost pulled that one off. Imagine. But Rex Gator does take care of business at the end of the day.
NT, very nice try there. Inside the Viper's pit, they were doubling up for the trade just to make sure nothing crazy happened, but they almost got that one back. That was an investment into the side of Iron One. They should be able to buy rifles again, but that's going to be their last buy for a couple rounds. And 2Z Val is coasting on their economy. They still have Tour de Force, they still have Bladestorm, they still have Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that's a deadly combination to have, especially with this advantage and rolling into potentially, taking a super heavy lead here. 3 in a row would feel good for Iron One, but I just don't know how they're going to elect to make that happen with the way that just really the variety that they toss at him, especially, switching from aggressive to more patient. Harmony jumping out to get the first kill yet again. Does he look window? He does, and able to pick up Bolt in the process as well, who is one of the main fraggers for Iron One in that first round into the play-in, but take it out, so that's a great trade. Blackline able to get one and will change the course of this by using Res. He needed to at this point, but I don't know if it's going to do much here as it traded directly back out. Sure enough, Reese able to finish this one off too. So it has been all 2Z Val through these first 10 rounds.
Harmony is getting away with absolute murder, sneaking under Tube every single round and finding bare minimum one. They need to put something there to stop him. Wall it off, put a trademark down. Do something to stop this man from getting behind you on the site. You're letting him take for free, and he is just picking you away. 16 kills already through 10 rounds of play, and they haven't even switched sides.
Exactly right. It's all about that variety, though. You think you know exactly where he's going to come from, and just, he'll switch it, pull a 180, and roll out. So now they'll look to take towards the B side as 0 point. Will suppress a few. But they're still gonna wait, not exactly happy with what they found apparently.
Oh, this is such a fake. They're gonna use no command here on the A site to try to pull as many people away, while the bomb or the spike sneaks right on the B main over there. Harmony is just gonna do a little damage here, but this is not where the play is happening. Reese actually takes one with Fragment on the backside. Duster trades out the shotgun, and calls coming down, spikes down, and they're like, we've been bamboozled.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's just a great distraction, right? It made so much noise, drove everybody out, and even the ones that stuck around for B were still sitting around, tube rather than where they needed to be set up. And Riz, he gets the ace to finish it off. If confidence wasn't already at an all-time high, there it is.
Not only was it the ace, but it was the ace collat, 3 headshots directly in a row. Tuesday Val came out a little slow, but this was the team I was expecting to see from the invited qualifier.
No doubt, living up to their name and looking to hop out to an incredible first half at 9-2, perhaps moving to 10-2 now. Like you said, it's going to be a while before they feel good about their econ, although they will be able to buy a rifle, so doing a decent job of that. A couple of Odins coming out for them, so they're looking to just tear through. I think that's just pure frustration and a pick because of it.
They got to throw everything at the wall here. Showstopper takes down Harmony. Hey, that's half the battle right there. Harmony down. You killed the top fragger. You do have an advantageous manpower situation, but they're already on the A site. Flash comes through. Seekers are out, causing pandemonium. Duster takes 1 with Tour de Force. Still 2 more on the site. Spike gets tapped. He's going to hold it all the way. Manpower in favor of Iron 1, and that's another one for Bolt. It's looking good round for them. But Ecridox, what does he have? Snakebite on top of the spike. Lurking his way around the bomb site. Tour de Force is out. Not the best close-range gun in this situation. Swings. Duster's going to pull out the Vandal. Takes him down, and we got Iron 1 finally. 1 more on the board before we switch.
Took a couple of Odins in order to do it. Yeah, sure enough, let it out. The frustration out. Gets 1 back finally. And so now it'll be 9-3 moving into the half. So I don't want to say curse, but who knows? I just think Tuesday Val is a little bit too strong for that. So I'm not 100% on that analysis here. So they will roll in very confident here. Ecrodux, we did see a lot of clutch from him in the day yesterday, in the qualifier yesterday. Not his best map, perhaps. So not used to the Viper either. Again, we saw Reese on the Viper, but not Acrodox. He was on Omen for a majority of yesterday, and so a little bit of a switch, maybe getting into his mental, but either way, he is an impact player, usually able to clutch that out, but not in this instance. And so now we will go back to pistol round, where it's also important that Iron 1 gets this round win so they can move on and have an advantage for the next one. Sitting up top is Reese, waiting for Blackline to try to play into Nest, and that's what they'll do, is they'll wait in the meantime. Tuesday's already been tagged for a lot of his HP, so he'll be low as he tries to locate 1. Across they go, as Harmony able to pick out 1 in the process, with the Headhunter follows it up. Reese took a minute, but he was able to get the pick nonetheless, and here come all the other kills through, as Rex Gator with the knife to finish that one off. Ooh, what a strike to the ego there.
A literal stab in the back as Rex claims 1 with the knife. They're feeling themselves. They're pretty confident, but confidence is an insidious killer. We'll see if they can close out these next 3 rounds. I'm pretty confident that they will be able to, considering they won the pistol on defense. They're opting to buy in. Even if they didn't win that, I still think they'd probably opt to buy in. So we also have a Vandal coming out for Harmony. I wouldn't blame him. He's been hitting his shots. The top fragging. Reese has caught up to him, but still.
I agree. And Reese, I must have been listening to me in the pre-show, because I said, hey, Reese isn't going to be your top fragger, right? He's not going to be the one that's always on top and winning those trades. Well, my apologies, he is. Blackline able to get that classic kill on Harmony, who has been so effective. So that's a really big pick in this round. Duster will eyeball this side here with Headhunter, but nothing doing here, as the Owl drone will look towards attacker spawn. See if they can pick out anybody looking and lurking, trying to wait for the right time to rotate around. Tuesday does get the Marshall kill, though, and will hang out in the process. Rex Gator looking from mid, able to take out Duster, and so now low HP as well. Sky, the Iron Age, she's not able to heal herself. Rex Gator going to take care of that as well. We move to 11-3 here after 14 rounds.
That was a very important trade from Rex on Blackline, because he got the Vandal back. It would have been somewhat bad if you let that Vandal sit in attacker spawn and let Iron 1 pick it up. But he traded immediately, was able to pick the Vandal back up, and turns around back on the site, gets 2. Very little small thing there, but keeping the gun, saving your economy. I don't think it's really that important for Tuesday Val here in that situation, but good gameplay.
It was. Well executed. they're known to do it as well. As the Vandals come out in a force buy here. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point for Iron 1? So, well, basically all of your econ if you lose this round. Either way, TC will jump out with an aggressive positioning, and will get one with the Sheriff, make that 2, trying for a distance for 3. And we'll switch to the Marshal to get that third one. Reese will follow it up on Tusker. They just absolutely tore through attacker spawn with aggression, and they're at map point.
Tuesday Val is playing deathmatch right now. They are just W key, running it down. They have nothing to be afraid of. This is match and series point for Tuesday Val. This is a best of 1, so it is winner take all on this very first map. They're 1 match away from securing their spot into semifinals, as we would expect them to. Let's see if they can close it out.
Well executed here from Tuesday Val, and that they will decisively go on to the next round. I don't think there's much Iron 1 can do about this, although they had a great win, as we saw in the pit earlier today, with their overtime win and clutch win in the first round in the play-in in order to get to this top 8. But unfortunately, I think this is where their road ends. But Not If Bolt will try and have something to say about it, but Reese trades him out directly. And so they're down to just 2 members left in a prayer, as Harmony has already located them and will come from behind with the flank. But they were watching it, and Harmony still lands it. Down to 9 HP, so will run away in the process as Black Lion chases him down. But with the Judge, what are you going to do at that distance? The game of cat and mouse, will he finish it off? No, still a bit of life here from Black Lion, but eventually the inevitable is going to happen here as 3 close down from 3 different sides.
Yeah, if I'm Tuesday Val here, I'm already pouring the champagne out. This is 3v1 situation. They already know they have a shotgun. They're going to potentially double up here on the side of attacker spawn.
As you see the smile come out as well from Black Lion. He moves out on it as they toy with him, and then finally Reese gonna finish it up. He'll be the one to do it in a 13-3 decisive win from Tuesday Val.
Tuesday Val takes game number 1 here on the PAX Arena stage in style. Knife kill even in the middle of the game. They did it all. They looked a little shaky coming into it, but hey, maybe this is the first time they've ever been playing on LAN. It's a little bit of nerves. I know that you can get your nice setup here, you can bring your own stuff, but when you get on that stage and you put your hands out in front of you, you start to shake. I don't care how good you are, if you've never played on a stage with people watching in a production like this, the nerves will get to you.
I can absolutely vouch for that. For me, back in the day, I played a couple of LANs myself, and you're so prepared. You have no reason to be nervous, but still, when you hit that stage, it's very difficult. And yeah, you're right, Tuesday Val with a little bit of a shaky start, a little bit of a slow start, I would actually say, rather. But I think that's all because they were trying to feel out how the attack really worked for Iron 1. And once they did, it was a whole different story. They were able to just take it by storm, and they said, hey, we don't even need to really, play conservatively. We can play aggressively, which is actually their preference when I talk to them. So they pulled out the aggression there at the very end. You can tell they just wanted to chase him down, finish it, and a smile on their face to end it off too, as they just full control from start to finish.
Well done from Tuesday Val. We will be getting the next team up here to start the quarterfinals, because we do have more PAX attendees that have signed up here on the way as we close out these replays here. Final kill from Reese. It was basically the Harmony show. Sneaking up through tube, and half the rounds they played on attack, it was just absolutely free for that man to sneak in. He probably didn't even need his Vandal. He could have used the Headhunter the whole time and claimed victory. Well done from Tuesday Val. Thank you, Iron 1, for playing. They've made it onto the stage, and that is already so much experience for them. Even if they're not expecting to win, it's still an immensely valuable time to be here at PAX.
Absolutely, and they have already secured $600 from the qualifier as well, so looking to add to that too. But they'll have a couple of rounds to really have to tear through in order to get there, right? So it's still a lot of Valorant ahead of them and a lot of Valorant ahead of us. And Fickle, it was a pleasure to be on the desk with you, and we'll see each other in just a bit.
Yes, and coming up next, we're going to have quarterfinal number 2 between 2 teams here at the PAX Arena. It's going to be Mimi and Supersonic bringing it to you after the break. That's it for me and Bear Light for now. We'll see you later on the broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
And boil for 3 1/2 minutes. Then you can salt to taste.
help? I need more eggs.
Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
Or no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back to PAX Arena here, where we got things going with the Valorant Showdown Spin Valorant Recruiting Showcase. $7,500 scholarship money going to the winning team. We have some fantastic teams showing up here, some local, some pub teams from people here at the event, and some colleges coming out to participate for a chance at the money. I'm Abel Mimi, joined here by Supersonic. And Super, it's been a little bit. I don't think we've had you on for a Valorant show before.
No, this is going to be my first time with Valorant, and luckily for me, I got you here, so anything I don't know, I think that you're probably going to have it covered. You'll be able to break it all down for us, so I'll probably ask you some questions throughout. You'll be able to tell us what it is that we're seeing, what's going on, what's the strategy, what do we got to do to break this down. I'm going to lean on you on all of this.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to learn, and, all that information coursing into your head sometimes can maybe cause some headaches. And unfortunately for gamers, gaming, it's fun. It's the thing that you love, but it can also cause some of those gaming-triggered headaches, which is always unfortunate. But we have something that can help, and it's one of our sponsors here in Excedrin. It is a medication that can help deal with headaches once you have them, and for those gaming-related issues, it can help you get back on your feet, feeling good, ready to play some more and keep yourself nice and happy and healthy. If you're here with us at PAX, they have a booth just straight across from the PAX Arena. You can check out their Healing Haven. We had Alex over there earlier, looking pretty cool. Might have to check it out after the broadcast.
Alex is over there, and then they showed that they were giving, massages and stuff over
Yeah,
there.
he's been there ever since.
Well,
I think he was supposed to do this segment, but we just lost him, man.
I'm pretty sure that I'm just going to go over there and join him. As soon as we get done with this game, I'm just going to kind of walk off stage and go over to the Healing Haven and get a massage. So a lot of fun. Gotta thank Excedrin so much. Without the sponsors, hey, these events, they just don't happen. So big thank you to them for being involved.
Yeah, it's awesome to make things possible here, and it all goes towards that good cause, helping to get people up with that scholarship money, $7,500 on the line. Let's try and take a little peek at the bracket here to see the teams that have been playing their way on out, competing for that money. We're already pretty deep in towards the event. The semifinals is where we find ourselves now. 2Z Val, SNHU, the teams that we will be taking a look at, as they actually just were up on stage defeating Iron 1 there.
Yeah, 2Z Val was going through a couple teams. I mean, we were sitting in the back, and for anybody that hasn't seen Mimi do this before, is a full lover of all things Valorant. She's in the back screaming, going off. Yeah. So just popping off. I'm ready for the energy levels as we get into this. But a couple players in there, just some nasty shots. We saw some great spray transfers, couple good flicks. Some players that look like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, look like they know what they're doing. Indeed, the map that they found themselves on for that event for 2Z Val was Icebox. And that's where we're returning to today, as we have these map bands up on our screen. Looks like we're going to common ground for them. SNHU is the other team that will be playing up on the stage. And it's a squad I don't know a whole ton about. I believe a collegiate team, so they've been playing together. They had that structure. They've been together for a while, where I think 2Z Val is a little bit more. It's some of those collegiate players that I know have played together before, but I don't know if it's as structured, as experienced at least as this specific 5 as on the other side. So maybe a little advantage there.
A little advantage there. I mean, you don't know. I don't know. We are going to find out, though. That's one of the things that we will figure out here over the course of this match. And it's going to be one of those ones where I think we're going to get a lot of fun out of this. These type of events always do lead to there's a lot of competition, but it's a little bit more casual vibe overall for the viewers and things. A lot of fun. Going back into Icebox, though, we did just see this team kind of crush it out there in that previous matchup. Do you think we see a repeat here, or do you think we might make it a little bit deeper into this series?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think we saw some really good things out of them. Specifically for Harmony, I was a player that I was really excited about. We've seen them in some of the kind of open events just outside of the collegiate scene, as well as here playing with some of those college teams on that chamber was looking really, really good, as we saw there. Did lock into that agent again. So I think if you can have that kind of consistent force in way of the lurks, you can get that same amount of impact done. Well, maybe a similar story in that one. But I think that a team with a little more experience, a little more structure, that has been playing together longer, should have those ideas, should have those opportunities to shut that play down.
So you were really talking in that previous series, what was working for 2Z Val was kind of that lurk down mid, right? That was kind of the open spot. That's what you were kind of harping on when we were in the back. I'm going to be looking for that here off the start. Can they shut that down? Because if that's basically available, might see a repeat of the previous round.
Yeah, it is very possible in that way. I think that Chamber can be a big agent to be able to shut that stuff on down. We've seen a lot more teams start to pick him up in towards this newer meta. He's really solid, those trademarks providing that global kind of denial in way of space and that global information when you switch on over to the attacking side. It looks like we might already be hopping straight into the action. Semifinals, a best out of one here. Only one of these teams can continue into the grands.
Well, match number one, semi number one here at the PAX Arena. We're getting ready and into the game we go.
Yeah, early start here over towards the B site. Quick drone up. Tuesday Val was really favorable towards this side of the map, and it looks like they do want that full commitment. No lurk off the trademarks to deny, but already a duel. Someone forward towards yellow. That's Macrome. Needed to get a little bit more done there. Trade stay even, 3 versus 3. That Viper Wall should soon run out of juice. They'll probably have to wait for a minute. Consider, is that flank coming through? Is there something we have to shut on down? With the trademarks still up, they can hold, they can wait, cut noise, be patient.
See the patience, everybody kind of waiting here, seeing who's going to be the first to kind of push the line, force the fight. Now comes the wall. Going to slow things down for just a moment as they go ahead, get the spike initiated, get it down on site. Now they need to defend it. Will they be able to get through?
Chip damage was good there. Shock darts go out for Witness. Follow up with the spam on down. It's a good way to get things started. Omen is still alive, and I don't believe that paranoia has been used. Dart goes in. That's the initiation utility. The dash off the back of it is excellent. Harmony down, and that final player revealed as well. The coordination on the utility there. They take their time, have that patience. Darts goes forward, follow up with that jet dash. You're good to go.
A great engage there off of that. As soon as he had the information available, immediate dash in and able to turn that corner, finds the second player. Unaware, not ready for it. Gets the quick 2-kill, finishes the round off. So round number one goes the way of SNHU.
Yeah, and as a result of that, you'll actually see a buy-up coming for them as you would expect. But on the other side, Tuesday Val getting that spike plant down, that extra 300 credits per player injected into the economy means they're going to try and take the risk here and force on in. Would not hate to see a bit of a slower round here. They were already kind of conditioning with that utility, the trademark holding out towards mid, but no one actually waiting and receiving that information. You might be able to get some sneaky timings on up, but the piece of information they still have in their favor is that SNHU is not yet aware of this force buy.
Couple trades here early. 2 down now on the side of Tuesday Val. 3 down, 4 on 2 remaining here as we get further into this second round. And finally, they get a pick trying to bring it back, but the 1v3 is going to be a tough situation.
Yeah, a little too much to do there, and that punishment is going to be big. Massive investment to pull those full Spectres for the entire squad, and honestly, not a whole ton done off of it. You don't get a spike plant, you only get a couple kills to shut on down.
Yeah, so you go through, you do end up spending that, and this economy going to start shifting further and further here, especially if they do continue to spend here in these early rounds trying to catch back up. You can kind of dig yourself into a hole.
Yeah, and look at the replays here. There was actually a bit of a repush in through mid, and while that trademark does hold if you push too deep, there can still be someone holding that cross, watching for rotations back on in, so that no one could actually fully commit to the flank. SNHU still knew that Tuesday Val was locked into this play over towards the A sites, and were able to shut that down in a good way. Will just be a save round here out of Tuesday Val, not expecting too much, maybe a little damage with the Sheriffs, a plant coming on through, that would all be great.
Yeah, right off the rip here in the start of round 3, Tuesday Val goes down 1. They are going to lose their second tier, 4v3, down to 2 left for Tuesday. And SNHU having just such a strong start here through these opening 3 rounds.
Yeah, strong indeed. 3-0 lead for them to work with. Investment should come back out from Tuesday Val. This is where I want to see them slow things down. Give a little bit more respect on over. Take your time with this one. One of their biggest strengths was finding those gaps, giving opportunities for Harmony to work on those lurks, to fight for that space out towards mid. Chamber allows that. You can take these bigger risks and have that get out of jail free card with the rendezvous. Sure, Baby Jet's getting that nerf on out, but Chamber can still get away almost instantaneously. However, on the other side, what they will have to contend with is this operator out early. Macrome is still taking use of that Chamber utility, and we'll look for an early duel here over towards B.
Macrome just holding down this line, waiting to see if anybody will come in. Obviously saw the utility come out, knows that they're there around the corner, just waiting for the shot. Can't hit it though, up, down.
$4,700 hole in the pocket. Now, there's still a second player here in close, so they know that the commitment won't be over towards B, but the early rotation was already there. You still have that Sova holding out towards mid. It's a 2-2 split, and if it's just a hard execute towards this A site, it's going to be tough to hold on. Agron does have the paranoia, though, and isn't really able to make a play off it. Tries to fight on forward, doesn't capture anyone, so now the Omen in trouble.
Tries to get out of there, can't do it in time, and a big change here from Tuesday. You can see that they did come out, as you said, take your time, buy yourself a little bit, pace yourself, and as soon as they did get that big advantage, you can see them crank things up, speed it up. 5-on-1 right now, looking for the flawless.
Snare has plenty of money, so no reason not to go for this, and, well, he'll go for it regardless. Flawless round to come on out there as Tuesday Val do work their way on towards the board. Good use of the Chamber utility, maintain that map control. Realize that no one's working a walk-up For SNHU, they left that Viper out towards mid early, find that space, heavy commitment towards B, you punish onto that offer, you leave. You have plenty of time to play with the onus is on your opposition to make the play there. They tried to make the play, it failed.
You know, they go through, as you said earlier, punch that hole in the pocket, right? Take out that op player. Didn't get it for themselves, but still, in that exchange there, still having a big impact on that economy, trying to catch themselves back up to SNHU.
Yeah, but the reinvestment into the operator coming on out, that early 3-round lead means SNHU can attempt this again. This time, contact play forward. Harmony alone in this one, but still manages to shut down onto Witness. Ooh. The second two snares down. What a quick way to get this round going. They don't expect the third, though. Coffee up close forward. Harmony now 1 versus 1 in this duel, but does the duel even matter? Because look towards the other side of the map. 3 players set up there, and now that pulls rotations actually for both teams. However, Harmony should be able to gain this space. Getting forward, staking their claim, that's the most important thing they can do right now. And you see that Rendezvous will look to do so. You can fight forward, take this off angle, punish anyone peeking for information.
Ooh, that left side, he's starting to watch that middle lane on it as he was making that press across. I thought they were going to be able to double swing on that side, take him out on B. They do make the press, Spike planted down. And they are down to a 3v2. They were coming into this one with 4, but lost one in the transition. Another one down, but they will clean it up. The ace comes through.
Such excellent work there out of Harmony as an individual. We were expecting them to thrive in this environment. They sure are. Getting those initial kills, but then also having the foresight to not over-aggress, to not over-commit in towards that duel. You set up that rendezvous. You give yourself a safe route on out. Once you have that man advantage, the more important fact is buying time, buying space. They did exactly that, and now punishment is on out. An eco round will be forced here for SNHU. They started so strong early, but now with this economy in the dumpster and Harmony with an off, starting to look a little tough.
In the whole way that started off, it went 3-0, right?
Yeah.
Off the rip. It really felt like we were just going to kind of run through, and they just had this advantage. Eventually, that economy starts getting out of control and becomes very hard to fight back. But right back into it. A couple good paced rounds, and they're right back in the thick of it.
They're right back into it, indeed. They do have the right call here. 3 players towards the A site. Cloudburst, good for that one-way. Reese follows up with the shot. You see they're giving a lot of respect in towards this round. Still using that utility, still working together, and actually committing the null command into that round.
And that's really kind of where my focus was, is in those opening rounds, we didn't see a lot of, you know, the team play. We saw a lot of one-on-ones looking for those duels. Now we're seeing them slow down, make sure they take those advantage, double swing the corners, make sure they got 2 guns on site, and it is doing wonders for them. Back again, ties it up, 3-3, another flawless comes through for Tuesday Val.
This is a time where I'd start to think about a tactical timeout if I'm SNHU. Take that moment, slow things down, figure out the issues. I think one of the best things that they could do to help themselves at this point is punishing onto those trademark positioning. It has been the same trademarks placed by 2Z Val round after round. You have 1 bottom mid, you have 1 outside B, and they're heavily leaning. Their default tends to be like a 3-2, heavier towards that A site and fighting that space early. If you can disrupt that play, pull more rotations and pull a heavier fight towards A, have someone walk up, contend with those trademarks, you make them slow down. You make them have to re-clear space into the mid round, which thus far they have not had to do, making their life pretty darn easy.
Hey, easy life is probably what you're looking for, right? That's what you want. So into round 7, all tied up, 3-3 here in semi number 1 of the day.
The Chrono's gotten up deep in towards mid. I think actually no rendezvous available. They're in this one, ready for the fight. That second gate not placed. At least I don't think so, but I think they've been spotted. They've been realized, not enough. Reese swings it alone. No flash actually connecting in that endeavor. Still not enough to get away. 1-for-1 trade, that's favorable to 2Z.
Yeah, it was a great shot there to pick that one back up. He did know that that player was there, but shot just not on point. Being the one to be the aggressor, trying to go for that peak, ends up paying the price.
Viper's pit down and towards his post plan. As long as they can get this spike off this round, it's looking incredibly winnable, and that kill for 2Z is massive. You see, they want to make this play early. Don't give time to establish in this post. They might have just done it. The dash, though. Too swift, 2Z out the stick. They're just trying to plant this one on down, and they get away with it. Now in this Viper's pit, a Hunter's free to work with. The scales swing heavily towards SNHU. Coffee, though, could make a play close within the Viper's pit. Spotted. That should be the round over. Only Witness left alone and already revealed.
Not a flawless, but 4 up still. It's another big round, solid for the economy. And 2Z Val, after being in the hole, down 3 to start things off, pull ahead. They break that tie, 4-3, and they start moving further and further towards the W.
Here's a tactical timeout. I feel like almost maybe a round too late in this one, but still good to take that moment, take that pause, especially when you're in a new environment. Playing up on stage, just having that moment to breathe, to recenter yourself can be massive.
So not just that, what's the conversation right now? What do you think's going on up there? They have the tactical timeout. They're talking. What's the key to success for them to get back into this?
Sure, I talked about it earlier in towards that previous round, in that it's this global control that the Chamber has had. For 2Z Val, it's been one player pretty much individually, not only finding so many frags since that operator has been recovered, but also holding down the space elsewhere on the map. I want to see this team be more proactive. Don't give quite so much respect to that utility. Press forward, force 2Z Val to use their utility on the reclear, because thus far, they can use that double initiator utility just on these executes. They always have those flash drives up. They always have that drone up to use it in the exec. I've never really seen a round where they've had to commit that Sova drone or a dart to reclearing space off the rip, and that makes their life, again, pretty easy. You need to change that up. You need to force them to play your game if you're SNHU.
Well, back in. Timeout is over. We'll see if they can apply what you were just talking about here.
I'm wondering if Coffee's going to try and fight for the Bladestone in this one. 2 off of that one. We see a lot of teams try and commit for that orb over towards A. At least give yourself something to work with early in towards this round. But the positioning, just at least early, that they're going to keep things a little bit slower. Coffee just wanting to try and get a peek off with that Sheriff. 2Z Val realizes this is an eco. They'll instead just look to head towards his B site. Quick 5-man hit, ready to go.
On board with Reese, who quite a few nasty shots in that previous series. They're going to come through. Make the press on the corner here, decides to back up, knows somebody's there, didn't want to overcommit.
Didn't want to overcommit to this one whatsoever. They're taking their time again. This endeavor, giving some respect, not wanting to take too many of these duels at range. You see the reason. Everyone is here for SNHU. They are crushing in towards this one. But again, no control out towards mid. You see one player is wary of that mid lurk, the Sova holding back towards orange. But besides that, this is pretty good spot to be in for 2Z Val. They can just wait for their utility to recharge, wait for that fragment to come on down, get the plant on down, and when the paranoia comes through, it's only 1 for 1, and now a pokes plan established for 2Z.
The lineup 3 on the corner here as the press comes in. 2Z holding the corner, gonna find one, gets the Viper, looking for a second, finds him, one tapper to the face.
Oh, nice attempt there. A couple good shots to keep that economy accountable, to keep that damage on in, but overall around it was pretty solidly controlled by 2Z Val. That Omen Paranoia play could have been good, but you needed something else to pair with it. There was no smoke to isolate those duels. If you can get a dark cover one side of yellow, force them to kind of squish through just from that right side on their swings while you're already fighting with that Paranoia, you can put yourself in a little bit of a better situation, but maybe those comps didn't come through quite in time. So, 2Z Val, they keep this streak rolling, 5 now on a trot.
Well, 5 straight thus far, going into round number 9 as they pull ahead to 2, opening up that gap, opening that lead just a little bit, and out comes the dart, trying to get a little information right off the rip here.
Yeah, you do see that investment come on in. Operator up for Coffee, another attempt at this weapon.
Playing through this smoke, waiting to see if they can find anything. Gonna give it just a moment, kind of taking their time again. They are down 1, situation that they really haven't been in the past couple rounds. They've just kind of had control, but finally the body count is in favor of SMHU.
Yeah, and that Viper's Pit is still up over towards the B site. When that Sova dead, you cannot redrone that space. They're going to be forced to commit towards A, hoping that they can set their KO up for a play in mid.
On that Overwatch, you can see the sniper coming through. Omen trying to cover that top, gets out of dodge before catching a shot to the back of the head, but took Harmony before making that transition out. So another good trade. They maintain the body count high. They trade one out. Again, though, 4-3.
2Z working so well at that one. Fight forward, take that dash. Now the Bladestone available and more frags coming through. They're just fighting for these angles. They're contesting it, and it's caught what was a very winnable situation in the 5v4 down to a retake that's not whatsoever favorable. Still utility up for that Viper, and players ready to fight forward. Reese can take contact, get away. He has his jet to swing off of him and fight through that, but isolated. Snare takes him down.
Down 2v2, but timer ticking. Got to get in and shut that spike down. 2Z, that big player of 2Z Val, he's going to come through. He does get it done in the end, and once again, 6 in a row now for 2Z Val.
That is a tough one to stomach. A round that started so strong for them. Viper's Pit towards one side of the map, complete zoning over towards A. It came down just to a brawl, and they got things started right. The investment of that Hunter's Fury, I think just following up off a dart. Good work from that Sova, but still, these individuals, they are so ready to take duels, and it's really been Harmony and 2Z together. Take that early space, set up either that rendezvous or just have the jet dash available, get a kill, get out. SNHU have really struggled with contending with that, and I think part of the reason is just this sole initiator. In way of the Sova, you don't have that KO to flash forward to fight. However, it doesn't matter. In this one, they do want these duels. It is just the pistols, but still, it could be a little risky for 2Z Val. Now they realize they readapt, and Harmony has to lurk in mid.
Trades out the one, and in they come again. So once It seems like it's just kind of the Predator storyline here. The body count just always in favor of 2Z Val, and even when it's not, they somehow swing them back. It has been a dominant rounds for them in the past 6. Spike now getting thrown down here once again. Reese, once again, seems to be that guy for him. He's always the one running the objective for him.
Yeah, he is that guy witness. Maybe not so much in this round. Got a couple of shots off with that Sheriff, but now this just comes down to a matter of control, and 2Z Val, they'll reclaim it. They still have that player back towards Snowman, so this flank could shut things down in towards the late round. This round shouldn't get out of hand, but now I believe weapons are recovered, so maybe a little more to be done. One player left now. Dark cover is deployed. Tap on towards the spike, but a swing through should shut that all down.
And the team ace for 2Z. I can see why it's named 2Z Val. 2Z seems to just, you know, I was saying Reese is that guy. Reese is playing the objective. 2Z, on the other hand, is just the cleanup. He is coming through, getting all the elims for them time and time again. I think on his actual thing, no assists for 2Z. 2Z doesn't help. 2Z just finishes anything he shoots at.
Yeah, you don't need an assist if you're always hitting headshots. Really is just easy as that. 7 rounds in a row now for 2Z Val. SNHU struggling in this one. They do have that economy back in order, so weapons will come on up, but their ultimates were expended in that earlier round. They used their 2 biggest ones now. What do they have to work with? Someone has to make a play individually. It has to just be these weapons. It has to just be the frags. There does come a drone out through mid, but immediately, Null Command shuts that down. Information is gone. It's just going to be another fight for this A site.
Press Omen down. Reese takes out Agron. And they start to press forward, working in tandem there. 3 kills, 4 kills come through, and only 1 left up. In a hurry, they come through down 2 different lanes, running in duos, and they just run the map.
They're running it indeed, high-low. Cannot best him. Reese takes 3 out of that round. 8 in a row yet again. 2Z Val are looking unstoppable on this attack side. They've given us different looks. These slower rounds where they take their time on the default. Now they've realized where this play is set up. They've realized where these players are going, so they've picked up that pace. They're fine to just take these quick fights towards A. The double initiator comp allows it.
Yeah, the double initiator was working kind of against them, right, in the early rounds. Those first 3 that they took the loss, and you're saying they needed to slow down, and it was really, they just didn't know what they were going up against, so they're kind of going in blind. If they started out slower, this may not have even given up the 3 rounds that they did. Now that they know what's going on, it has been very hard to slow them down.
That 0 point is so good. Instantly reveals 3 players. This means that 2Z Val will now slow that pace. They know people can be forward. They know people can be fighting on these close angles, and have already found at least 1. The second spotted out 2. Reese will just flash on through and try and actually not take the fight, concede instead. They pulled everyone towards A. They forced out some big pieces of utility. Paranoia used for nothing. It doesn't connect onto 2Z. The Omen goes down, so now man advantage. They'll run back towards this B site.
Yeah, I love the rotation. Gets the kill on that side, weakens it, gonna go ahead, jump in with the rest of the team, and they can just kind of ball up, make sure they have that press, they have somebody there to back them up, they know they have the man advantage, they can sacrifice 1 to get information if they need to. It really opens everything up, and they're gonna come through on the team play on this side. They do lose Rex Gator, though, in the transition, trying to get the spike down.
These 0 points have been so good. Consistent pressure, consistently denying these abilities at the most pivotal moments, and now Viper's Pit up. Right utility to work with in this post point.
Waiting it out. Slow play. They're coming around the outside on the side of SNHU, trying to play that lane. They now know that they're there. They've spotted him. Reese is going to step out, take some shots. He will lose that engagement. And a couple kills come through for the side of SNHU. Make that 3, and they take them all down. Just got to defuse. And finally, SNHU able to get another W under their belt.
That's what I needed. I feel like they were kind of at that point where they're starting to get a little boomed. That mental is starting to slip away from you. Yeah, you've lost so many rounds in a row. One of your players steps up, one of your big players that has been a star for them in previous matches, finds their moment, picks up a big kill, clutches out that round, and now 8-4. It's not great, but it's winnable. You take this pistol, it swings momentum back in your favor. There's still a chance for this squad.
Yeah, that's such a huge W for your, just for the mental game, right?
Yeah.
The mental game at that point, when it starts opening up, when you win the first 3 and you're really high and immediately take that hit where you go, you know, you give out 7, 8 in a row.
Yeah.
That starts getting into a pit in the mental game that's hard to dig yourself out of, but you get this W here. If you get another one, you're right back in it. You kind of got that energy going. The team's starting to feel good again.
Yeah, starting to feel good yet again. Pistol round set up. Let's see where we're headed in towards this one. SNHU actually, they're established towards mid early. Viper's Wall for the split play under towards B. Is this a full commitment or is this a fake? Because they have presence over towards A, but quickly they claim this space. The setup isn't really built for this on 2Z Val, but they hold kitchen, they hold main. As long as they have those spaces, they can just pinch, and here it comes. Reese fights forward. The trades are favorable. This should just call for the re-rotation back towards A.
on board here with Coffee. He's going to be coming through. You got Harmony and another one of the players out there on the right side. That's going to be getting down getting the spike down and planted.
Retake coming through. Rex Skater trying to find a kill in this one. Harmony. Nice shot though. Low HP could be an issue in this 2 versus 2. Trying to work in conjunction though. One player forward. I believe the rendezvous to get back out. Contact made. And now Macron above this play. The massive spots out. The angle cannot follow up though. A trade instantaneous. Witness 1 versus 1. The shot darts might just finish the job. No. Harmony too far forward and not spotted just yet. Witness reveals their position, but that timer is working in their favor. That tick should signal the end of the round. Witness clutches things up. A 1 versus 2 to grab a critical pistol round.
Big round for them again. And so coming off of that last minute win, getting a little bit of that energy back into a big pistol round win there. That's exactly what we were talking about at the start of that. Need a little bit of energy, need to get a little bit of regain, and that's a lot.
It is a lot to be able to find on through. Now it comes down to the conversion. We saw a force buy in towards that first pistol round. 2Z Val kind of got the better of them in that round. That's how those first 3 were picked up on the board. I don't think they're going to want to make that same risk, make that same investment with their lead already big. They don't have to. Instead, they're going to try and make a play in towards mid. KO set up, you flash forward, your jet dashes on down. They've made that play, but that was never the destination. SNHU is not there to receive. Instead, they'll just set their sights on B.
Full team kind of pushing in. They leave one behind to kind of watch that backside, make sure they're not going to get flanked as they go to get the spike down. And the battle starts off here. Finally, a kill comes through. Reese going to take out Macron, and that'll even things up on the body count.
Yeah, that they do. Flash forward. This utility is so potent in the retakes. Now guns recovered. Spectre in hand. It's 1 for 1 on these trades. But Agron has a paranoia and is still alive in this position. Has the reveal onto a second 3 for the Omen and a 6th round for SNHU.
A 3rd one indeed. And, you know, it started off real strong for them. Got into some trouble, but it really does feel like that first win here right at the end before we went into that pistol round revitalized them.
Bringing their mentals back under check, bringing them back into a position where this game is very winnable. But this round's going to be a big test. They're committing to that bonus, not reinvesting too heavily in towards this one. Just a couple pistols on out, those Spectres that they saved on through. Losing this round is fine. Dealing damage, though, that's the goal.
Round 15. Gonna start things off here, and out goes some of the utility, trying to get a little information here off the rip. And a slow push through.
Similar set play to what we saw earlier with this splitting towards under mid. They lead a single player out, and it's the same reply from 2Z Val, but this time it goes a little bit wrong. Coffee takes down 1, recovers that Vandal, but should not be overextending here. Keeping that weapon up, keeping that life is very valuable. Their goal was to just pull rotations, try and ensnare someone into Snare's crossfire, but instead, the trap triggered on the other side. Harmony takes down 1, the second could be massive. They'll swing for it and connect. Spike now down, but another player here, Agron, with a flank to bring us to a 2 versus 3. Spike now recovered, and the Lurker grabs 1.
Not just recovery, but a couple big kills there. Unfortunately, they do lose a player here. Omen's going to be the last one left up, but it felt like they were going to get out of a bad situation. Typically, that spikes down, and they're sitting there watching it. It becomes a very hard round to win. You've got to try and get those elims, and unfortunately, they are down to 1 player. We'll see how Tuzi and Rex Gator work together to try and get this elim.
I don't think the drone saw. They think it's going to be a hit towards A now. That's good misinformation. Agron, it's a matter of getting across this angle. Has a smoke teleport as well, but now shows intentions. We'll be able to get the spike down, but the shock starts dealing lots of damage, making this round even more difficult to clutch up.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you got to at least get the spike down, get the points for that, but this is going to be a tough one to try and hold off. 2 full health players. Omen very weak after taking the hit from that shock.
Spike getting held on this one. 2Z just wants to stick it, and the hold's coming through. Teleport to try and pull them off, but it's not going to be enough. Stick committed. That ult falls for nothing. Still, a spike down. Damage was unfortunate. They cannot win it on through. That is a good round for SNHU.
Into the next one, we will be going here and getting set up, and we're going into round 16.
This play for Harmony was so massive, really single-handedly keeping the team alive with that forward positioning. I think the reply is really good. We've seen in both these rounds where mid has been pressured. They concede that space, trust the trademarks that they have set up towards kitchen to hold there, and then just re-push in through A and B. The pinch is massive, and they're able to at least keep that round nice and close. Agron, teleport across. I like this play early. You normally see Jets doing that, not so much with the Omen on this map, and Still have a player ready on that jump spot. Should be able to find information, but won't be able to get out. Overextends a little bit.
I haven't found the information. The information was that there was a bullet currently in the air flying towards your corner,
Good
and
info.
unfortunately, yeah, it was good info, but he unfortunately caught it with his face.
But this time, Trademark goes down. So now there's pressure out through mid. Val has to be worried about not only the spacing towards Kitchen, but the onslaught from B main, and well towards B main. That's where the first fight comes. But it's on this plant snare, needs to stay alive, and he'll do that, coughing for support.
A lot of this aggression here, where we saw them kind of slow down, and there was a little bit less aggression. You saw them kind of slow play, make sure they had information. Big play there from Tuesday. Unfortunately, won't be able to close it out, but we're starting to see them speed up again.
Yeah.
What's the answer here? Do they need to start slowing this back down? It seems like they're over-aggressive. These peak angles that they've been taking have been really wide. They're just kind of exposing themselves extremely far into those swings.
Tuesday has the looks of one of those teams that is really confident-based. You know, when they're
Yeah.
feeling it, when they're feeling good, especially when you're here in person, well, you set yourself on the right course. But once you start to get tested, you have to put that in check, right? Your confidence is your key, but it can also be your downfall. If you let that become hubris, things slip away. So I just want to see them chill out for a second. They're on an eco here, try their best. They have 2 ults to make it work. Tour de Force and a Blade Storm. They're fighting forward. They want this round to be doable, but the Blade Storm immediately denied, and the Tour de Force does find one.
And that's a huge loss there. Tuesday's kind of been one of those mainstays for
What?
them getting those E-limbs, but a trade out there, 4-3 on the body count. This could be a big one for
They're
them.
running back towards B, and there's a player back yellow. It doesn't matter that this is a lesser weapon. Reese could make something big here happen as long as he buys time. Lets his teammates rotate on over. That could be massive. Molly goes on down, but it's a bit too much to do. Coffee takes that frag, and now Spike planted.
That was a big fake high. Went high, got him to look. You can see the player look up, try and get him on
Yeah.
top of there, and drops back down, takes him on the corner. Solid play.
Hunter's Fury nearly actually finding connection. Damage on towards 2, but there's Hunter's Fury on the other side. SNHU has utility for this post plant. Val, though, a bit of time to work with.
Nowhere to run!
Make this play forward. You can see the ult come through. Sova throwing out those shots. Down to 1. Just Viper left on the side of Val. Gonna have to be up against 2 here.
Formation in favor of Crudox. Needs to try and isolate one of these duels with time, working against that wall still up in the spray. Good straight on through it. Snare to deny SNHU. They keep this streak going. This is the moment where I would not hate to see a pause for Val. Just take a moment, slow things down, rethink, because this round with the rifles back in could be pivotal.
Yeah, it's probably a good moment to try and take it here and do that before they start evening things up.
Sure.
But you gotta get yourself out of that hole, figure out what the problem is while you still got the advantage. You want to try and maintain that as long as you possibly can.
Long as you can, as long as you can keep yourself working, that could be massive. But Harmony, that operator back in hand, we talked about this a lot in towards the first half. That weapon in the Chamber's hands can change games, and with the defensive side in favor, could do even more. Over towards B early on. The Rendezvous will bring him back over towards Kitchen off of Trademark's contact if that becomes necessary. But thus far, a slow round here. 3 drone in through mid. SNHU just trying to get a feel of the setup, and well, the feel is a bullet straight to the body. Agron down.
1 down. They're going to go ahead and back out of that after losing the player in mid and start rotating back around towards A. They have 3 there. Run another one through mid. They're going to lose that. 5 on 3 now. And they should have a general idea that the team is having to backtrack their way towards A.
Up top 410, Witness goes, trying to get something done early here. Even the odds. Hit is down, but that's not necessarily a surefire win, because in towards Somali they go. Snake just denying it. Snakes upon snakes. It's a 10th round for Tuesday.
You know, sometimes maybe that 20-second in between rounds is enough. You don't need the pause. Sometimes you just go ahead, take your 20 seconds, have your conversation, and Val comes through. Big win. That's going to be something that can kind of extend. Now they can kind of hold on to that timeout in case they need it later in the series.
What are they getting out of that default for SNHU? They play that round really incredibly slowly, but I don't feel like they really gained any information. There was no pressure over towards B main. They didn't directly contest the drone in mid. I felt like Val fully knew where that setup was coming. They were ready on that A site. They had util to deny. I don't think there was ever really a chance after that initial kill where SNHU could have won that round on through.
Round 19 underway here. A little bit of a slow start over here on the side of Tuesday, just taking their time, waiting to get a little bit of information. And Harmony just holding, waiting, trying to make use of that op.
It doesn't even have to come down to the shot. As long as you're holding that space in mid, holding onto those trademarks, your information can be enough. You see there is alert coming over towards the 2, but the main fight, that's on site A. It's 1-for-1 as Witness is able to take Tuesday. Still a player up top and still that operator in play. Teleport away. Man advantage now for Tuesday.
and Spike Carrier goes down. Omen does immediately recover that, so they've got the Spike back in hand, but they now know where it is. A little bit more information. Agron going to go ahead and get it planted and gets it down, and is going to be able to get away for the moment, but goes down to the shot from Harmony, who's going to press that corner. Player's already taken out, and he'll go ahead and get the defuse.
I believe it was actually the Jet lurking mid for SNHU. They had a play coming up towards Tube, but the trademark revealed that. You have a Sova on your team. That's the default position for that trademark. I think most Sova players should know the double bounce shot dart lineup to destroy that. You just shoot it from spawn. When you have that double bounce on it and you have the proper lineup, you get that little audio cue when the trademark is broken. So you know that that information is denied and can allow those lurk setups to come through without requiring the phase check on towards the utility. I think little pieces of micro like that, the pre-preparation showing, that's what differentiates those teams that do have a little more experience, that do play together than the pugs.
Yeah, that little bit of information it looks minor if maybe you don't know what's going on, but once you start breaking it down like that, you can determine so much of where a player is, kind of figuring out, well, he's kind of been running with this guy. You get a lot more out of that than it appears at face value.
Yeah, there'll be a knife going on through, and talking the information, they have some on the side of Suzy Val. They realize SNHU wants to fight towards main, but Harmony, yet again, re-clearing back through mid. The drone went forward, followed it up. Great way to get started.
Got 3 pulling. We're on board with Reese for a moment. Coffee's going to be the one to come through. Ult up, looking for first. Cannot get anything. Reese denies him.
Denied on through. Another frag as well. 5 still alive. These players have to make something massive happen. They have to take these duels, try and isolate. That's a good start. McCollum for 1, Agron another. So now a 2 versus 3 to work with. The operator now connects, so it falls to the clutch in Agron's position. Already spotted, needs to find this kill and does, but Tuzi sticking onto it. The operator's holding the line without on the shot, but no ammunition available. Halfway done already, the stick coming through, and Harmony to deny with the headhunter.
For a moment there, I thought he was about to just peek that corner, take them both as he crosses over and basically tries to like body block for his spike, for the spike getting planted. I thought we were going to lose 2 in just a collateral, but gets away with it. They end up getting the kill. Tuzi Val takes down another round.
Match point here, now secured 4 away for SNHU if they want to try and recover this one towards overtime. They have the weapons to work with. A couple ults just around the corner. Witness would soon have that Hunter's Fury up, and you have the Omen with that TP available. They're trying to make this play through mid again. I feel like SNHU has made attempts with this multiple times. The change is that it is a 4-1. A player working in towards B. If they can pinch these folks over on yellow, there's a good chance in this round.
On board with Coffee, making his way through, trying to find somebody. We're going to jump over to Reese for a moment here. Smoke comes out. Going to go ahead and back off of that and see if he can bait anybody in. Nobody comes forward.
No one comes forward whatsoever. Now Reese has a big job, a lot to do, and the timing is weird. They pass by each other, but it works better for the defense. Viper takes down 1. Snare is back with the trade, but it's a matter of this Spike, which is now alone, isolated, and already spotted. Tuzi Val, easy as that, 13-8. They have their spot in the grand finals.
Great job from them. They come through, and really in something when we started off the round, right? We start the match, it really felt like SNHU was dominantly in control.
Yeah.
They had to use a very early timeout to try and regroup. It took them a little bit towards the end of the first half to try and get things back in. Started making it back once we side swapped, but in the end, again, the beginning of the round, or the beginning of the half, kind of goes their way, but as soon as Tuzi Val kind of got it figured out, again, able to just start taking down round after round after round.
Yeah, Harmony had so much impact throughout that game. The utility to hold on to space in towards the mid-round on the attacking side. The op finding impact on the defense. Those early kills, I think it was about 5 openers that they found. Even just when they were on that attacking side, those lurks were massive. They showed us a couple different looks, and well, there was definitely some good moments from SNHU. Tuzi Val looked dominant.
Yeah, and even in the moments where Tuzi had this huge opening half, right?
Yeah.
Fell off a little bit in the second half, but in that hole, in comes Ekru to just kind of fill it in, steps up big, and ends up coming through, making a ton of plays for them, a lot of doubles, able to hold down. I think he had a defuse or 2 as well.
Yeah, as a whole, I also was a bigger fan of the composition that they were pulling on out. I think that while the double controller can be effective, when you're starting on that attacking side, you get so much value from having that second initiator, be it a KO, be it a Sky, having that little bit of added information for those re-clears in the mid-round on the attacking side to make your executes even easier can do a lot. Well, that Paranoia is a great piece of utility. I didn't feel like we had a lot of use out of it. Agron was more of a battle omen than a supportive one, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the team didn't have quite enough utility to be able to refight into the mid-round. Their information was so often lacking.
Yeah, and then when you take a look at it from the stats, you kind of see it. I mean, the econ rating out of Harmony at 98. I mean, fairly efficient. Not bad.
Yeah, an efficient game out of them. Getting lots of use there out of the Headhunter and out of that Tour de Force on towards eco rounds. Using that utility can always be massive. The reclears on a couple of these kind of lurky rounds were really great. And I mean, it was even initially just an operator that was given on over that was recovered off the floor for Harmony to find those kills.
Taking a look at all these replays, just so many solid plays throughout. And really, that was a big one here on this push, this play right here where they tried to fake high, came low, got the corner. I love that play.
And I think that is really indicative. I felt like at a certain point, this team started playing less to win and more so to not lose. They were getting to a point where they were maybe a little bit scared. They knew that things were starting to slip away, so they slowed on down. Instead of fighting forward for that information, they played incredibly passive, and they came down to these situations where it had to be a phase check. It had to be a jump peek. It had to be something where you're putting actual risk to yourself instead of just making that more coordinated, more intentional play on forward. I think some of that does probably show in the inexperience on land. Most of these players probably haven't had this opportunity, so those extra stresses sometimes can get to a squad.
Yeah, I think one of the things too, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of felt like SNHU was kind of running that mid fake and then come back out of mid, but they were losing bodies in that attempt at that play multiple times. It felt like they kind of needed to change that up, maybe try and fake a side and then pull the other way, but that mid lane just didn't seem to be available. Tuzi just kind of had that shut down.
Yeah, they tried the same set play multiple times, so it was kind of that three-man stack over towards mid. You adapt off that in the mid round, but I feel like at a certain point it just got read into, and part of that was that those trademarks were always up. I harp on it a lot, but on this map, how you use your chamber utilities is incredibly critical, and being able to hold on to that information, especially in the mid round, no matter your side, is massive, and I feel like that was just kind of an info gap at all times throughout this game.
So, I mean, let's talk about them a little bit. Tuzi obviously crushed it out. What do you think is something that, you know, maybe a weakness there? What's the next team got to do to try and take down Tuzi Val?
To take them down, I think it's just give a shock to their system. They're a team that thrives in the confidence. You see that streak of like 8-9 rounds in a row on that attacking side. I think it was 8 straight. That's when they get confidence. That's when they get these kind of younger, these fresh, super skilled players in the micro department, like Harmony, like Tuzi, that were just popping off. You have to make them show you respect. Force them to recognize you as an opponent that they cannot just run at. Force them to play slower, to play that default, because they showed that they're willing to do that and that they can do that, but once they realize the weakness, they just crush. So it's a matter of taking these fights, not being afraid when you're playing them can go a long way against a team like that.
It kind of feels to me like if you let them also just build a slight bit of confidence, you can't let them get an 8-round run, right?
For sure.
But when they have that, we talked about it a little bit, they tend to kind of do these really wide swing peaks, even when it's one of them, when they don't double up and you don't have that second fill, and they take risks. So if you can kind of get them into that mode, it feels like you should be able to get a couple early picks. If you're patient enough and you can kind of lure them in, it feels like there's a hole there.
It feels like there is a hole indeed, but they still manage to take things on through. They now have their spot in towards the grand finals, and to have a bit of a word with one of the members of TC Val, we got Alex over on the stage.
Oh, not just one of the members. 2 of the members. I have 2 people here from Tuzi Val. I have Tuzi, the man himself, and I also have Harmony here. I believe the top fragger in the round. First of all, congratulations, guys. It's okay. You can. I'm not gonna bite you. How'd you feel that game went? I mean, the whole time I asked you a question, then I'm gonna answer it. The whole time I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, oh, they're gonna lose. And the first 3 rounds, I'm like, they're gonna lose. And then you swung back, and then there was like 3 rounds where I was like, they're gonna lose. And then you came back. Was this all just heightening? Is this, you guys were establishing an underdog role and you wanted to keep it really exciting? What happened?
Honestly, I think pistol rounds for us are probably the hardest. So pistol round, we lose pistol round, and then we lose that round, and then we kind of just went on from there.
So theoretically, if you never won, you could have just gotten 13-0'd if you never got actual weapons.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if it was just a 5v5 pistol only, we probably would have just got 13-0'd.
So what happened? How'd you guys pull out of that? You guys are in both a physical funk. You don't have the economy for it, but you also are in a mental funk. You're in this losing, cycle over and over again. How do you guys pull out of that?
I mean, every single round, everyone has a good mental, and no one gets down on themselves. Everyone's up good, and just everyone's okay. Like even if we're losing, no one really cares. We know that we're better than them, and we know that we're gonna crush them.
So you hope to get lucky, and then you're like, well, then our friendship will power us through once we get lucky and we get around. I have to ask, the name Tuesday-Val, I'm sure you guys all just came together, picked a name. Is this like a Hootie and the Blowfish situation? Is this like Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers? Do I need, I know when you're in high school, should I do a reference from this decade? How important is your role on the team?
I mean, I kind of just run in there and like kinda just go kill pretty much. But
there you go. That's good advice from a team leader is go in there and go kill. If I could give any advice to any Valorant players, there you go. Tuesday, go in there and go kill. Was it just a random name you chose and you're like, how about it's me?
it was just it had to be one of us. So, well, I just got picked on.
That's how teams work. The Yankees were almost the New York Derricks. They're like, well, it's got to be one of our names. Let's go with Yankee. That's a pretty sweet name. Going into the finals, what are your guys' plans? You guys have been up here a couple times. You know how to play on stage. Obviously, you guys know your weaknesses, your strengths. What are you going to do going into the finals?
As long as we don't throw for content, I think we're good. We're going to 13-0.
Honestly, man, you won't win the scholarship money, but I'll give you $5 if you throw for a laugh. I'm here for comedy, whatever you guys need. Good luck. Go backstage. You can continue warming your hands, whatever you need to do to warm up. You will see them in the finals for that $7,500 of scholarship money. But right now, we got more games to play. We're running out of time. Let's go back to the caster's desk. Guys?
Thanks so much, Alex. You always love to see a good interview and get a little word with the players. I feel like the collection of teams and collection of players we have is just so indicative of what we see online with the Valorant community. We have players saying that they're up good. I mean, you love to see it. You have Skull Emoji ×7 and Dogwater as the other two teams that are contesting their way on in. It's just so funny to see all the Valorant lingo out in an actual real world setting and off of Twitter. Probably good for them.
It's just like the trolley names.
Yeah.
Like the names, once you get to pro level play, you tend to end up just being esport org names and stuff like that. But when you get to events like these and stuff, you just kind of get fun naming conventions, whether it's a reference to the game or a reference just to a single player on the team. You just name yourself after the guy, and sometimes you just run some really solid strategies. Just go out there and kill. It's that simple.
I'm pretty sure Tuesday-Val's name, in the bracket, is actually @Tuesday-Val. It's just an advertisement for his Twitter.
I'll have to,
Gotta go on there right now.
Let's find
Take
out.
care of that one.
We'll confirm. I'll go through and drop it a follow if it's there.
You gotta do the test.
I got the phone. I'm going right now. I'm not. I'm failing it. I have Face ID and it cannot.
Once
see
you
my
pass
face with the
30,
mask.
you can't figure out how to actually get into the phone. Sorry.
Look, okay, I've got old man brain, and it doesn't serve me very well. It didn't work that well beforehand either, before 30. Trust me, it's all downhill. You hit 30 and it just kind of goes away. I'm sorry to set you up for that reality. It doesn't get better.
All right, well, I'll look forward to that. Sounds very exciting. But we can look forward to the grand final coming up soon. Tuesday-Val, or @Tuesday-Val, is one of the teams making its way on in. Skull Emoji ×7 or Dogwater will be joining them, a chance to play out for that $7,500 prize pool to get some of that scholarship money on in for these players. I think the fact that it is scholarship money makes it even more exciting because it opens it up to a lot of young players that probably don't have quite as much experience on stage. I feel like sometimes you have these local LAN events and it's 3 pros that just come out and smash.
Yeah.
But most of the people that I'm seeing here on the registrations, it's either people that are maybe a little newer to Valorant or playing it casually, or people that are just on free agent squads, grinding their way out in the tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, and getting to have this opportunity to not only compete for that scholarship money, but also to be able to play on stages is really awesome.
Getting any experience on stage, especially.
Is that a massive funnel cake? It looks like
I hope so. Whatever that is,
He's hiding it.
We'll have to investigate that once we get off stage. Once the next game comes in. I recommend you, sir, right there with that. You should probably run. We will be coming for whatever type of cake that was. I want it.
You're gonna fight him for it. Well,
I don't think it's good if the caster jumps off the desk and assaults somebody for a cake in the middle of the crowd. Especially while if the jib cam could just make sure that you don't catch me doing that, that'd be great. That'd be better for me.
Well, unfortunately, Super does have to run off and go steal that man's cake. So we have a short break. The grand finals, though, coming up just around the corner.
Excedrin.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Sources say Class 9 meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PAX Arena. We got more collegiate Valorant action coming at you. My name is Fickle, once again joined by Bear. We just saw Tuesday Val make their way into Grand Finals, and now we're looking to solidify another Grand Finalist here live at PAX East. Bear, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, and so is Tuesday Val. They just secured $2,500. That's a pretty good day already. And obviously, when they hit the Grand Finals, they're going to go all out for that extra $2,500 as well. Because of course, when you get to this this next level, you get to the finals, you're at $2,500. So I mean, that's a good payday, and excited to see another semifinals matchup before we get to that finals as well. So there's still plenty of Valorant left, fans.
And let's look at the bracket here because we have some absolute ranked warriors coming in at the second semifinal. Skull Emoji ×7 and Dogwater. These are the teams that I would see late night, 2 a.m., while I'm just wanting to relax from a hard day's work. And these guys come home they have been aim labbing or Kovaking or whatever the kids are doing nowadays. And they are ready to win.
Yeah, I think Skull Emoji was trying to get production to get their names to be just 7 Skull Emojis, and that's not going to happen. Production said absolutely not. But will they get a win? Let's take a look at the map selection now, as we'll get to see a little bit of Fracture this time. Obviously, the newest map here in Valorant, pending, of course, the new one upcoming. But Fracture, definitely an interesting one, of course, Fickle. So excited to see some play here in the semifinals.
After 2 maps of Icebox, I'm thankful that we get to see something a little more tropical and green, because Icebox, in my opinion, is the second worst map. But that is my opinion. They may not feel like that. I think people look down on Fracture because it's so different as far as TAC FPS is concerned. But I think its uniqueness brings a lot of different elements to how you can play the map. It's a very controller-heavy map because you have to be able to control multiple angles of sights. Typically, there's only 2 or 3 lanes you can get into a site. There's a split spawn, so that instead of the attack going at the defense is sandwiched in the middle, and the attack can go on either side. So there's a total of 4 different entrances total, 2 into each site, which is way crazy for TAC FPS. You have to be looking ahead, behind, left, right. It is a very complex map to start on.
Yeah, and honestly, I love Fracture as well, but for a little bit of a different reason. I was my tried and true back in the day was Brimstone. That would be my automatic lock-in, and this is one of the rare maps, or one of the few maps where you'll actually see Brimstone come to light. Besides maybe Binds is another one where you'll see Brimstone quite often at the pro level, and we might get to see one as well. It's not confirmed yet for Boro, but it could be a thing here moving forward. But you see a Breach and a Neon in play as well, as you see Sin bringing out Neon. Talk about not seeing an agent very often. This will be fun to watch.
Yeah, Neon, the newest agent to Valorant thus far, apart from, I believe, Shade, which we're beginning soon. Neon was a duelist that a lot of people had high hopes for to be able to break the monotony of the Jets and the Razes of the world. Personally, I think she's not as strong because she's not able to access her mobility on the flick of a wrist, such as Chamber or Jet, but she is a very, very fun agent to play.
Absolutely. Speaking of an agent that's rare as well, Yoru on the other side. This is what happens when you have the newest map. I'm sure Fracture's been out for a long time here, Fickle. It has. But, you know, overall, teams are still trying to figure out how they want to play this map because it's that unique. So to see a Yoru in play as well from Puro over there on Team Dogwater will be something to keep an eye on as well. Right arm Goon locking in a Killjoy, which is pretty common here too, playing a lot of traps on that side actually. Although they will start on an attack, they'll have a combination of Chambers, trademark, and Killjoy as well. Full utility kit.
I would not be surprised if we see one controller take each site. Each team is playing double controller setup. We got Killjoy and we got Chamber on one side, and we also have Viper and Chamber on the other. So you probably will see the split controller controlling each site because you really do have to lock down so many different angles on Fracture.
You certainly do. They can come from just about everywhere as, well, games are about to start up here momentarily. And Skull Emoji looking to build off their last win, which was pretty much a stomp to get into the semifinals. So they'll look to continue here. But in the meantime, we are amping things up, getting excited here. These 2 teams haven't been on stream yet, right? They haven't been on stage yet. that's a different feel than being in the pit. Sure, you can see, you know, the crowd here circling around the pit here in front of us, but it's a whole different ballpark when you have to walk up those stairs, be ready to perform when it matters the most, and all eyes are going to be on you.
I cannot overstate this enough. It's the new player diff being up on the stage. You're so comfortable in your own house, and you have a great setup. We also have fantastic setups here as well, but it's really just the nerves that get to you. The lights that are in your face. It could be the ambient noise that you may hear coming through your headsets. Of course, we're blocking out most of those sounds, but still leaks through. You can feel the vibration of the stage when people start to cheer. It is truly an experience, and we are wonderfully happy to be able to provide this to some people that may have and may never get this opportunity in the future.
Exactly, and the opportunities are vast here on the Stay Plugged In network as well, where, you know, with Stay Plugged In and this PAX Showcase series, Stay Plugged In actually facilitates scholarships or just opportunities to play collegiately, even if the scholarships aren't available. A new home, a new team, someone to play for is at the line. Not to mention, you can find a college of study at staypluggedin.gg. Make sure you check that out as well. So these are high school and college age players as well, which is actually in Valorant the prime time spot of where talent exists, and no shocker, we'll see a lot of talent here. But the thing is, Fickle, will this give us a good sneak peek of whether either of these teams is capable of taking on such a strong 2Z Val team?
Right, because my question coming into this was anybody going to be able to usurp the king, the invited team, the immortals on the stage? And it could be one of these two teams. We're going to have to see how it goes in Fracture. I think we had a new agent select coming through. I don't see a Yoru anymore. I think that has been swapped out for a Breach, if I remember correctly, Breach or Brimstone. So we are not going to be, unfortunately, seeing the Yoru in play here. His rework has been one of the best in the game, in my opinion. Fake Out is an immensely fun ability to use. He got one more gate crash charge. His flashes remained unchanged, but he's able to use all of his utility in his ultimate. Maybe Yoru will be picked in the next one, but not on this map. Here we go. Semifinal number 2, PAX, are you ready? Okay, one more time. PAX, are you ready? There we go. Skull emoji ×7 going up against Dogwater, semifinals. It's going to be a best of one. Here we go.
And a couple of these players here, Fickle, I've actually seen in the Stay Plugged In network as well. No Hacks on Dogwater is a very impactful player, but also very emotional too. So if things don't go right off the bat, you know, watch for him to take a little bit extra time to try to figure out what it is that went wrong and then bounce back. Yoru is playing on Jet on this one, which is you know, I'd like to see a Raze. I prefer Raze on this one, but obviously not bothering them as they're able to get the pick on No Hacks right off the bat. And again, an impactful player down already for Dogwater.
And this looks like it's going to be an A-side hit from Dish. Look at that, coming in with the slide Sin, taking out with the Ghost. That is the high mobility you see from Neon, but she needs a little bit to get into it. They're backing him away from the top of Dish and Drop. And now it's only 2 players remaining on Dogwater. They still got Spike in hand, but they're going to be potentially forced back into attacker spawn. It looks like Fam is going to be pushing here. He actually gets caught off guard, Puro, with his knife out. And it looks like Do as going to meet the same fate. Slate in their spawn, taking round 1.
He accepted his fate pretty quickly, didn't he? And, you know, you choose Dish in Drop because you get that high ground over the A site, and you think you would walk in with an advantage there, but that was clearly not the case, as it was a great round to start things off here for Dogwater. As I talked to Slate earlier, and he's feeling it right now. He's very confident they're going to make it to the finals, and a 3-0 start right now is definitely proving to at least, you know, back him up for the time being. I know it's super early, Fickle, but that's how you want to start the round here.
Let's take note of the controller placement here. We have Chamber defending the B site, and it's going to be a solo site anchor for the side of Viper and Skull Emoji. Look at this 3-stack here in the halls. It's going to be taking one. Hacks takes one, gets out of dodge for free. You got to love Tail End. We love Jet. Jet is a very fair and balanced operator.
Definitely is, and there's a reason why she's been in the meta for so long, right? As her mobility is unmatched, quite frankly. I know Chamber comes pretty close, and you'll see Chamber hop in from time to time as, you know, pretty equal in the opping standpoints, and then you get that mobility, you know, by his rendezvous. So
Look at this absolutely cheeky position from Sin, using high gear to actually jump up to the double stack box there. I've never seen that before from a Neon. And they're just going to absolutely bombard their spawn. They are pushing and W-keying all the way into them. It is, of course, somewhat of an eco round on the side of Skull Emoji. On the side of Dogwater, they did not buy into this, and it's up against Spectres. But still, you make the case. Any damage done is positive damage.
Definitely. Chase down his right arm goon, so Sin's making sure that no one stands alive at the end of that round. We'll move to an easy 2-0. At least it felt that way for Skull Emojis as they pushed in completely once Spike went down, knew the round was over, so you just kind of go back to the drawing board here and look to see what you can adjust moving forward. Looks like they might go rifles this time around, since the only one yet to purchase one right now is Boru, as they're sitting on the Classic. Eventually will purchase. Sure enough, it comes out. It'll be 4 Vandals and a Phantom for them. Operator on the other side in the hands of No Hacks.
Yeah, Operator has come out, but the rest of Skull Emoji has not opted to get rid of their Spectres. Why would you? Save on the economy. But it's an all-rifle buy-in from the side of Dogwater, and that's going to be an immediate pick from Hacks over onto B main.
Yeah, he is excellent with that Operator. One to watch out for. Here at Fracture, there are a couple of spots for the op, although it's not the most common map to see, multiple ops in the hands of the same team, but definitely helpful if you can get and hit your marks. Again, waiting for the opportunity. He's going to swing one, does get it, looking for two as well. He's located him, saw the weapon, so he's going to take his time, bait him into one side, rendezvous out in the process with just a little bit of HP left in the other chamber now. So right arm goon will be here on Dish, kind of figuring out whether or not there's anybody on A, so that way you can see that Spike in Breach start to work his way to Dish and potentially to drop down onto A. And consistent taken out in the process, though, so that'll leave 2 up by Dish.
Trademark is going to let Skull Emoji know that they have rotated over to Dish. Look at the dome piece from Killjoy. That hat is just barely peeking. Flashpoint out to start the entry, but it's just Breach, and it's only a half HP Killjoy up on top of Drop. They're going to get pushed back once more, and they can find no haven. Well, I should say they should find no fracture.
Yeah, knew where you're going with that for sure. Toucan is amped up as well. Look at him pump his fist as he knows that round went his way, up to 3-0 now. So now that force buy did not come in handy for the attack. So Dogwater left kind of scratching their heads. What do we do next? And you'll see one Marshall. The rest should be Spectres. Sure enough, that's what we're looking at right now. As right arm goon sitting with the Classic, we'll see what he purchases, but it is a heavy advantage here for the weaponry of the defense. And same applies to the score as well. Early momentum, all of the momentum on the Skull Emoji side.
Sin is taking a very aggressive lean into sewers, and that's going to be another Operator pick from Puro.
He's so good, so solid at this as well. As Cushy able to get a couple of kills, and Toucan picks one off from Ropes, and now it's going to be an easy finish off for the defense as expected, though, here, Fickle.
Another eco round coming in. Spike in hand for the chamber, trying to see if it can get anything done, and nothing going. It would have been nice to reclaim or take away some rifle from the side of Skull Emoji, but this is a very methodical start for the defense.
Yeah, only 4 lives lost total. Meanwhile, the entirety of Dogwater has lost 4 lives themselves individually. So that's definitely heavily one-sided. Econ absolutely hurting for Dogwater. A must-win here, especially if they're going to purchase, which looks like they will leave them basically nothing on the other end of things as they move forward here. So the defense is typically sandwiched, as you had mentioned before, on the Fracture map, but it doesn't seem to be bothering them much, as, that'll happen when your team can play horizontally, vertically, doesn't matter, right? They're just so good at picking them out and picking their marks. And Sin, we'll start this one off to you, and Consistent able to get a trade off to you. Kushi on its slate to follow that up too. Now already up to a 4-2 advantage, and Boro left with his Spike will try Ropes to go around, rotate, and perhaps hopefully move towards A. Because if you're looking back towards B, you have a chamber to deal with. You have Breach, you have Jet rotating back towards that B. It's going to be interesting to see which way Boro, if he got enough of that intel to pick the right side. But unfortunately, it's not looking like that's the case, as he'll inch his way to B, slowly but surely through this lobby here.
If he waits long enough, he could catch a timing here. Jet is half HP. Yes, he does catch him out into heaven on top of Rope. But they know his position. That's a penetrable box. Half HP. Wins the trade, actually. Wow. This is actually somewhat winnable. Viper trying to get the knife off. The absolute BM. They might give him an opening into this round.
Oh, no. Why the knife out at that point in time? Maybe guessing that they were on A site instead. But that was a mistake. And such a heartbreaking way to see that round in, because you thought maybe, just maybe, there was hope in that round.
I think he was given a bit of a gimme anyway. They were trying to finish it off with the knife here on stage for the absolute clout. No clout, no kings.
Indeed. So, full save it'll be for the attack, I believe. No, they're just going to go back to it, perhaps. So,
one hero rifle and a Spectre and full shields. But we've also got Tour de Force and Blade Storm. So, we're not unarmed here. This is definitely very doable for Dogwater. Oh, pulls out the Rolling Thunder. He's going to let it rip right in front of the entire attacking squad. They're bum rushing bench. Everybody's knocked down. Slate with one, Sin with another.
Such a big move, too. Hero is at least able to tag one with the Blade Storm. And so we'll get those blades back and wait to find the right timing here on Toucan, they know he's got this angle now. So they'll swing wide with the box's cover and maybe slowly work their way. The spike is picked up and it's going to be rotated back around A. This is the right decision for sure for Dogwater, as they do not want to take this fight.
So they have to note that every single round there's been a trademark on this entry into Dish. And I think that's going to spot him one more time. They're probably going to use a blade on it. Oh, okay, it slows down Jet, but they don't seem to care. It's going to be a 1v3 situation in here. Hero with the Blade Storm, waiting for the entry. They're actually going to turn around and look into attacker spawn. Burrow caught with his knife out one more time. Hero trades him out with the Blade Storm. Bam trades one more behind Dish. Traded back out from Puro. 2v1 situation here. Blade Storm is fully locked and loaded. Operator is better than Knives. A 6th for Skull Emoji and a very hectic ending.
Yeah, just a one-sided affair for sure. It just seems like every decision Dogwater makes has some promise, but then they doubt themselves. Kind of go back on the original play as you saw them swing back around towards B, when really the drop-off at A would have been the play. There's not really a whole lot happening defensively besides that trademark that you pointed out that did hit them eventually. But they're just so timid to drop down onto the A site and get that plant down. If they did, they would have a different chance, but Fickle, they haven't had any kind of chance to get any spikes down in this entire map. It's been crazy to watch the defense work in that way, but Inconsistent will start off with the Tour de Force, and we'll take out Sin early, and hopefully at least riding a little bit of that momentum, that first pick, and now they take their time. I kind of like the patience here after getting that first pick and, you know, trying to rework what kind of strategy you have coming in.
So they slowed it down quite a bit, and they've spread out as well. But now we've just even the playing field. Slate on one side, Hacks on the other. One from bench, one from tree. Nice dodge on the flash there on the flash point from the breach. Breach on breach action. Slate is victorious.
Only on Fracture. Well, there's other maps as well where you'll see a breach on breach, but Fracture, a very common place to see it. Moro. Can you get that back? No, Hacks. Waits for this opportunity here. You saw the Brim come around, but Toucan able to take up Burrow. Now Burrow will return the favor here with the trade, but unfortunately that's probably just about all he can do. But actually a 1v1 situation here. This scenario might favor him as he's got the angle. He's got it as the peak was perfect for Boro.
If Boro is able to get the spike, oh, he's going to run right into Toucan. There's nothing you can do when you're moving those ropes. Your accuracy is terrible. You'd have to find the one RNG shot of your life to be able to hit that full speed. You just are dead in the water as soon as you touch that rope.
You can see Toucan, his eyes just lit up because there's only one way you're getting that spike in time, and that's by using ropes. So just had it on lock. You practice that a million times. When they're going to come across, you can just pick them off. Super simple for this Dogwater team. And so that confidence showing when I talked to them in the green room. They were all about how they were going to dominate this one. Just like we heard from Harmony from Tuesday, who's already in the grand finals. They said 13-0. Dogwater's trying to make it, or Skull Emoji's trying to make it a reality now over Dogwater. And maybe just one round will change the momentum, but I just think they're outmatched in this one.
Very aggressive 5 stack on top of the B site. Rolling Thunder is used. It's not going to catch anybody, but this should be enough for them to get on the site. And I think we're going to see our very first plant of the entire round thus far for Dogwater. First time Spike gets planted. It's a 5-person retake. It's going to be a hectic round.
Yeah, sure will. Already 2 down, so a step in the right direction, but then maybe 1 step back as Sin will use Overdrive to try to hop in. Rolling Thunder had already been used, and Breach will use a little bit more of that utility right on Goomday able to pick off 1, but Slate returns it almost instantly. They will chase them down into this top side of B site, and No Hacks able to finish off. And this time with the shorty on Puro, and they will get the defuse quite easily, move to 8-0.
Even though they did get the spike down, numbers advantage still played supreme. Very clinical from Skull Emoji. At this point, Dogwater has to really, really reach deep to be able to pull this off. It's not looking very good.
No, they keep, their ability to buy rifles, but it doesn't really matter when you're not able to win the one-on-one trade-off. Slate sitting at 13-1 right now, as just absolutely destroying the competition as it stands right now. Due, unfortunately, at the bottom side of the other side. And now at A Hall, you see 3 of them through. Puro will actually win that trade-off. As they go through, Toucan will pick off 1 and will retreat, knowing that one other one's coming. And they post up here in this cubby, waiting for them to turn. As Fault Line will get a couple, lands a few, and Slate tried to jump in afterwards. Unfortunately, the timing not quite there, at least not yet, as they just are in this compromising spot.
That was a really good utility denial there for the lockdown. It's going to be another Rolling Thunder from the side of Skull Emoji. Slate is entering into halls. He takes down 1, but Puro trades him out. Excellent refrag in that situation just to get out of the Rolling Thunder. Compromising position. Hacks with the headshot on the operator from the backside of their spawn. Dew is locked into this situation. Relay Bolt is actually going to tag him. That's a really long concussion. Hacks is coming forward. Didn't see the rifle coming out of the smoke and turned the wrong way. Sin with the trade from the backside. 9-0. Skull Emoji still dominating.
When it rains, it pours, right? Because it was all about timing in that moment, right? You see it coming through, and you know that maybe they're there, but you doubt yourself because of the scoreline and look the other way. So unfortunate timing there to turn the other cheek and walk the other way. Thinking they might be on the flank as well when you're outnumbered. So your mind does about 100 things when you're in that situation. So that's a tough one to, a little tough pill to swallow as they fall down to 9-0. And now my mind switches to, can Skull Emoji pull this off at a 13-0 mark? It's very possible. And just how good is No Hacks with the operator as well? If it continues this way, we might see him in the finals.
I'm already thinking towards grand finals, and I think we're going to have a really good matchup if it is Skull Emoji to win. Operator actually gets taken down. Nice little 2K from there from Inconsistent, using the Rendezvous to get out as well. Even playing field here. Sin is rampaging in the background with high gear. But again, Inconsistent traded out. On track for an ace. All 3 eliminations thus far in this round.
And wouldn't that be something to really get your engines rolling, right? As it will not happen. Slate able to return it on Inconsistent, and so no ace it is for him. And try to pull off something to really get your team fired up. It was a good, it was a good pattern of kills, a good back-to-back to try and amp up the team, but that's just about all it will do. But it's still a 2v2 scenario here for the attack, as you see Right Arm Goom swinging around to A. Will locate Neon here at drop. And just waiting. It's a standoff here. Slate through doors. Knowing that Right Arm Goon is through here, but no util to really fight that battle. And so we'll back off, knowing they have numbers. Meanwhile, on the flank, it's Boro from backside. Does get the Neon that was lurking there at drop. And Slate, the last one here on a 2v1. Right Arm Goon and trying to get the plant down will, but peeks a dangerous play as Slate tries to get onto him. But Boro able to get that kill. And there you go. Cheer him up. Dogwater's won around here and taking one from Skull Emoji.
Let's go, PAX. I'm glad you guys are cheering for that, for getting them 1 round on the board, because that might be the only one they get. some resounding boos from the crowd, but you know I'm right.
You're very confident in that one.
Look,
Listen,
if I'm
I
wrong,
will stand on this mountain with you. That might be the case. So listen, as much as I want to see him, just as you all do, I don't see it happening here. I don't. Oh, they only have.
Well, crowd, if Dogwater wants to win more, they're gonna need your support. So keep it up. You can hate me if you want.
Sid. So patient here, just pixel peeking, waiting for the right time. A shot through the box. Wow. A wall bang in order to get that first kill. PAX waiting with the AWP. Right arm goon will fight through that one in order to take out no hacks. Which, of course, that's a big pick, knowing how he has been a top fragger from the get-go. The attack swinging towards B. Knowing they have Breach and Neon pretty much just waiting in the waters, kind of figuring out how they want to approach. And they seem to get so antsy whenever this attack wants to hop in. They've been so calm throughout. But after losing that one round, it might be a little bit different. Bureau gonna go down after Sin, able to find that one pretty easily. But the attack rotating to B, they should have sight here. As Neon on the backside of sight, Breach through hallway, but they're not gonna get over in time. It'll be a 3v4, 4v3 retake rather, onto the side if they can get to it. Sort of force out for Inconsistent to see if he can pull something off through the door, but he could not quite get that one at a short range. It'll be Sin that wins that battle. Slate able to follow that one up too. It'll be the Fuse, and they hop to a 10-1 count.
Using high gear just to get in the middle. There was a fault line combination with the Neon to get Chamber out of heaven with Tour de Force. That's not really a weapon that you would want to use in that range anyway, but they made it very awkward and super clinical retake on the side of Skull Emoji. Last round in the half. If Dogwater can get one more on the board, it's doable. There's always a chance. It really depends on if you're a man of faith. Are you?
Listen, I am. I think they're going to perhaps get another one. They look strong in that last round. It's just, you have to follow through with some decision making. I feel they've been a little bit spotty in that regard. So I'll see if they can at least, get that first pick, roll into the next one. And sometimes when you get one kill, you'll see one after another. But 3 stacked here at Dish, looking to maybe push drop here, which is such a small choke point. So an interesting decision here is Kushida able to get that first pick, and Toucan knows they're coming from drop T located. They have all the intel they need. But Bureau has Bladestorm already drawn, which, last time we saw Bureau with the Bladestorm, popped off for a little bit before ultimately losing the round. Right arm Goon will get one. It's on Kushida, who had the first pick, but still standing back, realizes that drop is probably not the play, and so they'll move around here on a rotation to B. And not sure the defense knows about it quite yet, but eventually you will see that rotate around. They still do not have a Spike here, so they're pretty out of place here.
Spike was lost in halls. They realize they cannot take this rope across because they're going to be walking into a death trap.
Yep.
So they're making the long trek around all the way through sewers. We're playing a bit of shoots and ladders here. Pura with an absolute Bladestorm updraft combo. Sin trades back 2. Everybody gets wiped and spawn, and Skull Emoji takes the final win of the defensive side. They're going to be moving on to attack with an only 2-round victory clause to take it into grand finals.
No doubt. I like the effort, though, from Dogwater, though. You have to kind of give it up to him, for him a little bit, because Bureau, with an impressive updraft to strike, good mechanics there on that one play. Unfortunately, the scoreline not exactly quite getting there. So, either way, they'll move into the next half and try to forget that first one. Definitely a half to forget for Dogwater.
And let's shout out MSI as well for providing all the gear here at the PAX Arena. All the players in the LAN being able to use the most high peripherals. We have a very interesting situation here where the LAN is actually powered completely by MSI laptops, still able to push 144 and with the utmost quality and portability on the go. Check them out while you can.
The first one down is going to be the Brimstone for Dogwater, as Shada will follow up on 2. Right arm Goon will trade one out, but Sin waits and knows where they're coming from. Although it didn't exactly have the mark set up in place, was able to adjust and get one. Puro able to return, but it's going to be an uphill battle here with the 1v3 retake. Kishida comes across, make sure that's not going to happen. Up to 12-1 and match point.
Skull emoji on match point here on Fracture. I actually didn't expect to be seeing a game of Fracture. It seems like a unanimously hated map from the uniqueness of the dual attacking side. But maybe Dogwater wasn't prepared. Skull emoji is just using a player diff. But I'm really excited for Grand Finals because after seeing Skull emoji play, I think they can actually go somewhat toe-to-toe with 2Z Val. But we haven't gotten there yet. We still got to close this one out, but I'm expecting it to happen in this round.
Yeah, I've seen Toucan, I've seen No Hats.
Oh yeah, baby, let's go.
Oh, at
let's
the same
go.
time, we've got ourselves a knife battle. Fans, let's cheer them on as they're gonna go ahead and go mono here, melee I should say. And already winning this battle is gonna be Skull emoji
Hey,
off the
one
bat.
at a time, one at a time. Come on, man, this is civil. No honor. Oh, come on.
Standoff, right arm gets one. And now pushing through. They're going to double team right arms right now. But he does get one on Toucan. And now maybe another one too. Low HP here for Zen as they literally backtrack through. All in down drops. Love to see this. This is a ton of fun too to end up a match which was otherwise one-sided. Puro gets
1v1.
one too.
1v1. Let's go. Let's go.
Fans, who do you have? Puro or Slate? Let's hear it.
Oh, Slate with the headshot. And that's the way we close out semifinal number 2. All in good fun here. I think Dogwater understood the gravity of the situation and decided to make the most of it. Shout outs to sportsmanship. And that was a fantastic last round.
Yeah, exactly. When it kind of goes like that, you want to make the big thing about esports for me, Fickle. It's supposed to be a good time, right? We talk about college scholarships and landing those and stay plugged in, but really, you know, at the end of the day, do something you enjoy. And for all of us here, I think I can speak with everybody in PAX that esports is one of those things that we absolutely love. So you have to have fun with it no matter the circumstances. I love seeing that out of Dogwater and Skull emoji too, to agree on that type of agreement for the night battle there at the end. Either way, Skull emoji has now secured themselves $2,500 and will get to play for the extra $2,500. Congratulations to Skull emoji for getting it to this point.
Big round of applause to Dogwater as well. You made it all the way to the semifinals, so you are actually in the Scholar Dollar money. Round of applause, PAX. They played their hearts out. They made the best of their situation, and they made it up on stage, which is more than most can say, being able to play on such a grand stage, such as PAX here at the PAX Arena in beautiful Boston, Massachusetts. We have grand finals coming up shortly. Let's give a little bit of recap of what we saw in that last game. It was Dogwater on defense. They didn't do a very good job at the end there, but they did take one round and we had the knife battle to close. In your thoughts, do you think that Skull emoji can take down 2Z Val?
That's, 2Z Val, the way they've been playing. I mean, they took out Southern New Hampshire University with a absolute banger of a match, actually. It was kind of back and forth there, so struggled a little bit, but not enough for me. It goes back to our conversation we had prior to the game even starting, which was the fact that it's so tough to judge your opponents when Dogwater might not be the level that Southern New Hampshire was, so it's tough to see. No Hacks has the talent. I know that's the fact, but it'll come down to team skills. In my ideal scenario, they can challenge them, but I think 2Z has this. But remember, it'll be a best of 3 map scenario here for the finals too.
And this is going to be a no hacks highlight reel here. There were a couple great plays from the side of Puro. She did a great job with Bladestorm and using the op, but it was just no match for the player difference here. Slate with a Rolling Thunder on the backside, being able to pick up tons of kills using the utility of the Breach. They just played an all-around fantastic match. I'm really waiting to see the re-highlight of that knife fight round because all of this is just boring. We already know how they won this. That 5-man Rolling Thunder also was really, really good as well. Using the relay bolt combo on top of it. Neon's running in, using overdrive, and it's just a wrap after that.
Yeah, it was the Slate and No Hacks highlight film right now. As you see Slate with that one as well. And then just lining up, knowing in the intuition to know how they were going to rotate as well was one of the reasons why they're moving to the finals in the first place. So excellent job from them to advance, but they have their work ahead of them because we know this 2Z Val team very well, and they'll have to go up against them in the finals in just a little bit.
So I know that this will be your final commentary game, but give me a prediction here going into Grand Finals. It will be a best of 3. It's going to be 2Z Val going up against Skull Emoji. Who do you got?
All right, so I'm going to back up to Helix, the qualifier, when I saw 2Z Val and what they were able to accomplish with teams that are pretty similar in skill level to what they'll get to go up against with Skull Emoji. And what we learned there was they were able to find ways around a talented operator. In No Hacks, you have that same ability, and the reason what they're so good at is using utility together in order to get up and personal, right, in the face of that jet. And for me, I think that's enough. If you're going to bother No Hacks, Slate is there as well, a great initiator on Breach, so I think he's got a shot, but I still see 2Z Val coming all the way from Helix to PAX and winning the Grand Finals 2-1.
Let's look at the stats of that previous match as well. All the way up on top, Slate top fragging, Sin and No Hacks following just as well. Puro top fragging on the side of her team. She was obviously popping up with the Blade Storm. Going down a little bit further, 777 on the board on the side of, on the side of Dogwater. A little lapse in the name there, but I'm really excited for Grand Finals. I didn't know if we were going to get like a team that would be able to match up to 2Z Val, but I think we finally got there, and we're going to have a banger of a Grand Finals.
It's absolutely, and you know, before that Grand Finals kicks off here in a little bit, it's been a long week for me, so you know, I have a headache that's pretty related to gaming, and you know, the way to fix that, go see the Healing Haven right here by PAX Arena, the Excedrin Healing Haven, and go and get a free massage from one of the massage therapists that are licensed as well, as you see the Excedrin box there too. Kill those headaches that are related to gaming, and they do a great job of that. They built an entire story as well, almost like a meta approach to it, Excedrin doing big things and relieving headaches.
Thanks. Shout outs to Excedrin for handling all of our PAX needs here, keeping us healthy and energized on the stage. We have Alex Correa waiting on stage with an interview from our winner. Alex?
All right, guys. I am here with Hacks and Slate. 13-1. Were you guys ever nervous?
I'd say we donated them around because, you know, just to be sure.
Okay, so no, you weren't?
Not at all.
Okay, no, I didn't think so. Very dominant game. There was some personal strife behind this. There was some drama. Slate, apparently you weren't even supposed to be on this team. There's some revenge happening. What happened?
We made this team 12 hours ago, and I was on SNHU, but now I'm on Skull Emoji ×7. We're just demons, so had to play for them, you know?
And that's actually you're starting a new university too, called Skull Emoji, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to be the dean, you're going to be the bursar, everything, correct?
Yeah, just founder.
Okay, great. What are you going to teach there?
Valorant.
Hey, wait, I would go to that college. Sounds very interesting. Obviously, it wasn't a super hard matchup. Going into the Grand Finals, you are playing against 2Z Val. Very confident team. How are you feeling about that matchup? Are you feeling just as confident? Do you think it's going to be a little bit more, you're going to butt up against some better players there? What's going to happen?
We didn't leak any strats, so they got to be ready.
Okay, great. You're just going to – that's what happens when you just freestyle it. Everything's going to work out fine. No problems there. How do you feel about going against a team that beat SNHG?
Honestly, I watched some of it, not all of it, but they looked pretty decent. I don't think they're as good as us. I think we're going to 2-0 them. But that's just me. We're just going to run it down, play super confident, be unpredictable. I think we can win.
I believe that. Quick question. Are you guys worried about anything in life? Are you guys cool on like the ice caps and stuff? You're cool on everything?
I mean, yeah, I pretty much have it all figured out.
There we go, guys. Valorant, and then everything else. They've got it covered. Another round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. They played great. You guys can go backstage, go strategize or not. I don't know, stare into space. Beating them is going to be a real headache. And speaking of headaches, come down here with me, camera. I want to have a real gaming moment with you. We've all been there, right? We've all been there. We've been playing games. We've gotten headaches before, right? blank stares. They have headaches right now. They literally can't handle it. Well, if you can't handle it, then you should turn to Excedrin. They're a partner here at the PAX Arena, and they can help you with all your gaming-related headaches. It's a serious thing, guys, and if you need relief, Excedrin is what I turn to. It can give you immediate relief. It can help you stay at the computer for longer. You can be just as good as those guys, and you can clear your head easier. We all know that's super important for Valorant, so go give them some love on Twitter, on their website, in a store. Go check it out, add it to your gaming kit, because it's super important for any gamer out there to stay clear-headed, and that's what Excedrin's going to do. So go check them out. But right now, we're going to go back to the caster's desk, or we're going to toss to break. We're going to go somewhere, but don't go anywhere, depending on where we go, because we have more Valorant coming up in just a second. Do not move. We'll be right back.
As you all know, macroeconomics is very macroeconomics. This marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch. And if you
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
All right, everyone, I'm going to level with you. Everything at PAX is important. Every PAX is important. The friends, the memories, the games, the stuff you buy at all the booths and stuff, but nothing is more important than what you're about to see. Video games at the highest level, and that is what you're about to see in the grand finals of our Spin Valorant Showdown. We have two teams, two hyper-competent, super talented teams on stage here fighting for three things. They're fighting for three things. $7,500 in scholarship money, pride, and the most important thing in all of esports, a giant, comedically large novelty check that will be handed to them. And nothing is more important in esports, and we have that for the winner. So, for the last time, before they duke it out, for that money, that pride, and that oh-so-hilarious, ever-important giant novelty check, I want to hear you guys give it up for our two teams, starting with TuziVal, everybody. Give him a hand! And on the other side, and please wait until I finish the name, we have their competitors, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji! I just felt like the BitConnect guy. Okay, that's enough of me. Let's go ahead, get to the games. These guys are chomping at the bit, ready to go. Over to the desk with some commentary. Let's get this thing started, guys.
Thank you so much, Alex. I am here with my friend Evil Cat. My name is Fickle. We are presenting the PAX Arena $7,500 Scholar Dollar Valorant Showcase. This is going to be a fantastic finals. Our two teams on the board is going to be TuziVal and Skull Emoji. We already saw these two teams play at the earlier parts of the broadcast. I want to know your thoughts on our competitor. It's going to be Skull Emoji. What did you think about them?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think Skull Emoji was really tested whatsoever. It seemed like at a certain point, you could see on the player cams, these guys were just having fun. There's some friends out here to play some Valorant, to do the best they can, and the player quality on that roster was really high. I think they showed us some creative stuff. I like the comp, pulling out the breach, showing some good teamwork for the team.
And let's take a look at the bracket here. TuziVal and Skull Emoji obviously is our finals here, but to get here, it was all best of ones to get to this, a very cutthroat bracket. Yeah. TuziVal taking it over Iron 1, then over SNHU. Skull Emoji on the other side of the bracket took down the underdogs, and then wow, they played two dogs back to back.
Lots of dogs in this tournament, surprising.
I'm more of a cat person myself, but I'll make an exception here.
For that one. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. I think that for TuziVal on their side of the bracket, they played a pretty respectable team in SNHU. It's a squad that's playing together. Most of the teams in this tournament are probably pugs, a little less experienced in the team, but SNHU is an actual collegiate Valorant roster that has been working together, that has been playing together, so being able to take them down is very impressive. And you said you were maybe a cat guy, maybe a dog guy. Personally, I'm just a dragon lover, and what else but dragons for MSI, the official hardware partner here at PAX Arena. Everything you see up on the stage, the computers, the mice, even those keyboards are all from MSI. They make things run here at the PAX Arena, and we thank them a lot for that. If you're here at the venue, you can go take a little peek at all the lovely stuff they have up on the stage for us, or if you're at home, check them out online over on social media, over on their website, and get yourself some good gaming peripherals.
And particularly, check out the GE76 Raider, which is the laptop being featured in the LAN, the Aegis RS, which is the desktops being powered on the stage, and the MAG G241, which is the high refresh rate, 1 millisecond response time monitors that are powering the entire laptop LAN as well as the desktops on stage. Wonderful product here from MSI. Thank you so much for them for being a partner of the PAX Arena. It's time. We're going to get into this. I want to know your prediction going into this. Is it going to be TuziVal, or is it going to be Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji, Skull Emoji? I'll stop, but you get my drift.
Yeah, I think I got it. There's quite a few Skull Emojis. My prediction might come down a little bit towards these maps, which we do have those bans coming on out. TuziVal, Skull Emoji getting rid of Fracture, Split, respectively. We had Breach, Haven, then Ascent is our decider. If I'm just thinking at a core, I think that this map pool will do pretty well for Skull Emoji. From what we saw in Fracture, this is a team that loves their aggression. They love their forward fights. The composition's played well to that. Very heavy emphasis in towards the initiators, following that up with the Jet. They did super well in those moments. Also playing that chamber for the extremity control. Those are all big facets on both of the two starting maps here. Breeze, very wide open, controlling your flanks, getting that forward aggression for information, and finding those phase checks is of the utmost importance. In Wellhaven, it's a little less long in way of the sight lines. It's still a large amount of map that you have to control, that you have to keep under lock, which I think leans well towards them.
Something important to note here is we haven't seen any of these maps being played on stage, and I've only seen, I think, one Ascent map in the LAN.
Yeah.
So this is an all-new map pool that we have not seen before. 2Z Val played 2 matches of Icebox, and we saw Skull Emoji played on Fracture. I'm not sure what their previous map was, but we're getting a lot of map diversity coming forward with this, and I'm excited for it because Breeze actually is one of my more favorite maps in the map pool.
Yeah, Breeze is a really exciting one. And I think one of the best parts of it is that the agents you can play on this map is really variable. You'd expect to see that Viper coming out, and both these teams will pick on into that role. But when it comes down to the duels, comes down to the initiators you play, you can get a lot of flexibility. We already see the KO locked in for the side of 2Z Val. KO has come really big into the previous patch and now our current patch for the meta and is really efficient on this map. I'm looking towards that duo between that KO and the Jet of 2Z for that forward aggression and being more reliant on Harmony for that extremity control. Alping, I also think, will be a big part of this map. When you have both that Chamber and Jet in play, it gives you a lot of opportunities with that scoped weapon.
Yeah, pretty standard agent compositions here. I'm wondering if that Reyna is hovering and is going to select in.
I hope
Yes,
not.
yes,
Oh.
it's actually going to be a Reyna on stage. And I believe that was the Jet that they played last time on
It was.
Fracture, so that's their duelist on board. Reyna, how do you feel about the Leers in such a long sightline map?
I'm an average Reyna despiser. I don't like her. I don't think she has too much of a play in towards most competitive settings. But if you are a confident player and you just want to get aggressive, you just want to frag, there is no one better than Reyna to take control of a match and get forward. The Leers, well, they can sometimes run into issues on the long angles. It can be really disruptive. It has quite a bit of HP. You have to hit it a few times to be able to take it on down. I think the best part is just being able to pull people off of where they're kind of placing their crosshairs off that default head level, force them to flick, force them to take that time to contend with it. It can be really effective, especially when you're pairing it a composition that already has a lot of initiator power in way of both this Sova and this KO.
Well, here we go. Grand finals are underway for the last time today. PAX, make some noise!
Skull Emoji ×7, 2Z Val. Only one of these teams can walk away with the lion's share of that prize pool. And for the side of 2Z Val, early on it looks like they want to work this one towards mid. Pressure applied in towards the falls, exchanging KO knives both directions out towards mid. But you see elsewhere the aggression. Early push up for no hacks, but a punishment, so we trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, Sheriff in the early round for the Jet. Pretty ballsy here. No utility on board. Just going to use the raw aim skill to hopefully push their way down mid. Sin holding door here. Gonna use the flash. Poking out. Has a little pop flash. Get some info. Is gonna back away a little bit here. It's a pretty mid split. Seems like we have one lurk that's coming on the backside. Oh, and it's gonna get picked off right there. Using the headhunter to take the head clean off of Sin. And this is gonna be Harmony again, using his lurking position. Another headhunter headshot. This man is the king of lurk.
Kushida needed to get that kill. Now it's an isolated incident. Harmony claims a third in towards this round, putting one player left alone. Slate has that headhunter though, and 5 bullets to work with. However, that position has already been noted. That HP is whittling away, and they are hunting him down. 2Z Val look dominant in that pistol round. Early on, they're very confident and aggressive in their push out towards mid. They contend with that Reyna of no hacks, and this is why sometimes I feel that Reyna pick can be problematic, especially when you're facing that KO. There's no get out of jail free card like you have with that Jet, like you have with that Chamber. You have to rely on getting your kill, and that's great when you have that confidence, but sometimes when you're facing opponents of a similar skill level, you're not going to get that shot off. You're going to get stuck in the open, and you're going to fall for it.
So something that 2Z Val is doing right here, this is a very expensive buy coming in. They did win the last round, but a Vandal, Bulldog, 2 Spectres, and the Sheriff as well. And look at that. It's going to be a Marshall headshot taken off the head of 2Z. There's still a lot of investment into this round. They could get punished pretty heavily if that Marshall can do damage.
Look how proactive this mid control is. Again, it's an early push on down. Toucan is holding that space. Their goal isn't necessarily to get kills here. It's just to provide pressure. 2Z Val has to commit utility to re-clear. And when their investment is already big, sometimes you'll be lacking. Maybe you only have 1 flashpoint instead of 2. Maybe you can't afford that Sova drone. We're seeing that lack in utility. However, 2Z Val has found a gap. B site is completely open. That Viper wall up, there's only 1 player to contest, will already be forced to concede.
Yep, Fragment going to the back of the site to deny entry into the defender spawn. Plant's going to go down into default position. It's going to be a 4v5 retake here, but limited weapons on the side of Skull Emoji versus an Arsenal. Tuzi Val and Harmony hanging out the backside, catching the two lurks coming back in the spawn. They're just dropping like flies in the back here. Pretty standard round. Gets a little dink through the wall, pulls out the pistol, but it's actually Ecridox to kill them from mid. Another round going in the favor of Tuzi Val.
Investments like that can always be a little bit risky. This is a map that kind of compels a lot of teams to want to force into the Marshal. We saw one of those invested, gets a little bit of value, but with no armor and no other weapons to back that on up. Not too much more is converted. Fairly clean round for Tuzi Val. I think their reply to the aggression through mid was good. They initially kind of, throughout some utility, slowed, realized what the weaponry was in that area of the map, and realized where the weakness might be over towards that B site. However, there's not going to be a weakness in the buy for this round. Very solid for Skull Emoji. 5 rifles across the board.
And rifles are really important in Breeze. Long sightlines. The Vandal actually sees much more play than the Phantom. And it's going to be no hacks using the Devour to get overhealed up. Didn't actually buy into the full shield, but got a big enough gun to make it count, using one of those charges to get an early life lead.
And you see the fear now. They lose a player, but that's not the only implication. They now have to completely re-clear this space, and they're not committing utility for it. No Hacks is on a really weird off angle. You see this often with Jets, but it's pretty rare that Arena will amble up to this position, and the punishment is there. Takes down one in mid, and still just providing pressure in towards the elbow. If they want to hit B cleanly, they need to clear him on out, and it's done.
Yeah, Ecridox is finally going to trade out that Reyna inside of elbow, but the damage has been done. Skull Emoji still has a pretty big presence here towards A. It looks like that Spike is actually trying to make a little sneak play into it. It looks like the KO is actually finally getting baited off, but the Viper wall is going to delay this just enough to make them think about this entry.
The reposition in towards elbow, reclaiming that space for Skull Emoji is really good. At this point, they're starting to realize that this is likely to be a play over towards that A site, and Slate realizes he might be able to find a gap, takes down Tuzi. Now this post plan, it might be a little problematic. 2 versus 4, already limited HP and utility. They're gonna have to try and fight forward. It's Reese's job to do so.
And looks like it's gonna be Kushida on stairs, takes down one, but Reese trades another. Spike is probably going to get planted, so that's going to be great for the economy, but it's a 3-on-1 situation. Wait, hold on a second. Reese can do some damage here. Fragment is going to take him out from behind Try. Dart's going to spot him. They know exactly where he is anyway. The double swing, and it's going to be Toucan taking him down. That's a successful retake on the side of Skull Emoji, their first round on Breeze.
And when you have the Reyna, that's really how you have to play it, being incredibly proactive to fight for that space in towards these early moments of the round. Tuzi Val put so much into clearing that member out that by the time they were actually hitting towards the site, only 20 seconds left. And when they bought a rotation, Skull Emoji figured out what was going on, grouped, waited for that fight to come. When you're at a man disadvantage, the onus is on you to take those duels. And for the side of Skull Emoji, they realized that. They shut that all down. However, that was just the bonus round. Tuzi Val will have money to work with. Yet again, the spike plant in the previous helping that.
Only one ultimate ability on board, and it's going to be the Empress from Reyna. Not really an impactful ability without a weapon, but it could be very important in this round with no other ultimates on board just yet.
That's one of those where you can just kind of throw it out whenever. Hope you can go fry and help build up that confidence. I do like the adaptation now. Tuzi Val have realized that this aggression towards elbow could be an issue. They commit a little to contend with it. Knife goes out, flash forward, but elsewhere is actually where the opener comes. A lurk in through the holes, and then a rendezvous to get away. That's a man advantage with no real reply out of Skull Emoji.
They're using the trademarks very well on the lurking positions to be able to hold those spots, especially from that deep cave lurk. And it seems like Skull Emoji team has been sequestered to this A site. They're probably just going to hold here in case and just use the man advantage and probably play for retake.
Double shock darts available. There's a slowing towards B main. You at least have some utility to try and deny this plant, but it might be too late. Tuzi already out on towards the site. Good clear, following up off that recon bolt. This one's going to come down to a retake.
Oh, yeah. It's all men on site except for one. The Viper is playing way back behind elbow and mid. That could be a problem later going on. But here comes the retake. Shock darts are out, clearing Cubby. Recon dart. Nobody scanned. Look at this. Look at this trigger discipline for Reese. He gets one. Doesn't get the second. Tons of kills coming out onto the site. And now it's a 1v3 situation for Skull Emoji. Psyched take unsuccessful. And that's going to be a round towards Tuzi Val.
3 players left alive and a solid execute over towards that B site. They initially ensure that no one is getting aggressive out towards mid, shut down any of those information plays. This composition on the side of Skull Emoji will be very reliant on phase checks, right? You have that KO utility, which can aid in that endeavor. Flash your Reyna forward, get info off of it, but you're always taking an inherent risk in doing so. So they take things a little bit more passive in this round, and in doing so, they get punished. Tuzi Val, after getting that spike plant down, they don't concede. They keep fighting forward. They keep trying to buy time, claim space, and it didn't even come down to the second or third option. Those forward players fighting were incredibly successful, but new weapon in the arsenal, operator available. It's already been revealed, or excuse me, just the Marshall instead in hand. Still a tough position for this Reyna.
Wow, this is dire straits here for Hacks. We actually got some damage coming through the toxic wall, but it's rifles versus pistols in this round. Trying to shoot over pipes, it's a little bit awkward there, but this is going to be a massacre on the side of Tuzi Val. Pretty quick round there. The only investment was the Marshall on the side of the Reyna. Did not pay off at all. They actually made a very good peek into cave just to do a little bit of scouting. They realized they could have been on an eco round there. They don't want to dry peek a sniper.
I thought it might have been the operator investing into a previous, but with the lesser weaponry, they did just have to save through on that one. Now they do have the opportunity to buy into this. Slate is just going to use the Tour de Force, and I want to see where they're going to play that. Maybe put that Soul player over towards B, over towards A, take a forward position. That operator or Tour de Force in hands almost acts as a second piece of information, a CCTV camera. You can set up, teleport away with the rendezvous, stay nice and safe, and the weapon will be popped, but no one in position early to test it. Instead, mid is the destination, and a missed shot by Harmony doesn't really matter because his teammate goes massive. A double for Tuzi. We're only like 15 seconds into the round. The options are abound for Tuzi Val.
Yeah, this is already crazy. Tons of utility on the board. They have a huge pick in the middle. They could go either way with this. It seems like they're kind of, yeah, it's an interesting split here. Sending 2 into the cave. This could be a very faked position because the spike is well on its way over to the B site. Very hard to get a read on what's happening here. They leave the KO in the chamber onto A, but the spike is nearly on. There's a Viper sitting at half wall here. Kushida watching mid. Gets the inkling that they may be passing the Toxic Orb. That timing he missed. Headshot down. That's a spike down. That's huge for the side of Skull Emoji, but ever so lurking is going to be Harmony on the backside. Saves what could have been a disastrous situation, and this is looking like another round for Tuzi Val.
And even though they lose a member there, the whole setup was to enable Harmony to find impact. They spot 2 players over towards that A site, have the information, leave Harmony on a lurk, and just hit in towards B, but the round's not over yet. Finn has found one. Still, that flash drive available, but I believe an operator holding the line. Tuzi is posted up, and if he goes dry into this, should be a dead man. Just the rifle on the other side, but still, time is being bought. This clutch feeling less and less likely as the seconds tick past.
Yeah, nothing there. Reese peeks him, knows he's in that position. You probably heard the gun pick up there and was able to take him down. Pretty clean finish there from Tuzi Val. They're on quite a nice streak here. And Skull Emoji losing a little bit of momentum into this. They got to get some rounds going earlier, or else they're going to fall way behind this Tuzi Val team that has they've already had a lot of stage time.
Yeah.
They're going to be very comfortable on the stage. Skull Emoji's only played 1 match, so there's a little bit to be said there about nerves.
Yeah, it's always tough to get used to. New setup, new place. You hear the audience, you hear all this noise. It's always a little bit difficult for players to get used to, but Tuzi Val looking comfortable. An operator put in for the side of Harmony. He's just responsible for holding in towards mid. It's a 4-1 split. That A site should just be taken for free. Skull Emoji had initially stacked over towards his B site, wanted to crunch in towards mid, and now the operator is here essentially just becoming a flank hold, which already finds success. No Hacks is knocked on down, and Harmony will continue that route. Doing good to keep everyone far away from his team, but maybe not keeping himself far enough away. The Headhunter connects for 1.
Well, there's an operator in spawn. They could potentially pick this up and then run away with it, save it for the next round, but I think they're going to want to try this. 2v3 situation is not undoable. Kushida coming forward under door with the Sheriff. Could catch a timing here behind yellow. Oh, misses the first shot on Rex. Slate is all alone in the back of spawn. They're going to find him out. Tuzi Val. Yet another. I believe that is 5 in a row from this side.
been looking really excellent out of them. But here's the new adaptation. Here's the change. Skull Emoji ×7. They've bought into 2 operators in this round. As of late, we've seen a lot more teams picking this up. The Chamber Jet meta has allowed it. This time, it'll be the Reyna picking up that secondary scoped rifle instead. But you can still find a lot of effect out of that. Halls has been an issue. Put an operator there. A main has been an issue. You can put an operator there. It gives you a lot of options, and like I talked about before, it gives you 2 extra elements of information, a facet of the game that Skull Emoji has definitely been struggling with.
So they have both of the operators actually watching Halls, and it seems like we're going to get a rendezvous out, but this is going to be a hot and heavy B take. It seems like Fam is just going to run. They actually have the null command online, so it's going to be hard to get out of this situation for the Viper. They're just using all the utility to clear back pillar here. Kushida, nice Lear, is going to cover there. Equinox takes down 1. 3v4 retake here. Spike goes down on the B side.
Yeah, but look, it's operators. You can't really commit to this retake. Already, the shock dart connecting for 1. This is similar to rounds previous, where the team realizes that the fights are their strength, but still, Nohax wants to go for it. The first and a second spotting out the flick around. That's Reyna for you. He can dismiss away, stay alive in this endeavor. And now with the ult popped, an opportunity, not quite enough. Harmony steals away the chances and grabs the 7th for 2Z Val.
Excellent chance. NT, that 180 flick there to get the dismiss, even to be out of that situation. Dumps the Empress, doesn't get a lot out of it, but hey, it's only a 5-point ultimate. You can make that back before the switch happens, and it's just, why not? You're in that situation.
Yeah.
Almost. Here's that shot one more time.
Yeah, it was ridiculous to be able to pull on off, and well, it won't be enough to win out the round. You can see what that's done to the economy. 2 ops invested, neither even gets an opportunity to find a shot. Really good reply out of 2Z Val to keep this streak ongoing. There are some ults available, so maybe a chance at this one for Skull Emoji.
Oh, runs across, gets the pick, and rendezvous out. Chamber, everybody. That's the meta.
Yep, so fast in that disengage. The peel has been excellent for this team. And now here you go. Viper's Pit, they're giving some respect still over to Skull Emoji. I was worried earlier that 2Z Val would maybe overheat in some of these situations, get a little too aggro, but in this one, it's Harmony getting caught off guard. Now, this flank is an issue, but the Viper's Pit basically acts as a home base. You can play within it, fight out from any of these angles. You still have those flash drives up for the KO to take a fight through the wall.
Now, there is a null command available. They could decide to pop this and run into Viper's Pit just to see if they can get some picks, but Equinox has other plans, and they're going to spot out Sin and Cave. They know kind of where he is, and then they're going to double swing on him from the entrance of Cave. 7 rounds in a row for 2Z Val. They go up 8-1 on the attacking side, looking very dominant. I was hoping for a little more out of Skull Emoji here.
Yeah.
They still have some time to pick it up in this round, but, you know, they could take the attack side.
I don't know if it'll be this round, though. Weapons are looking really tough. However, we can give them one silver lining. They found a weakness. That's the second time that extremity control has been punished. Harmony, after taking a first kill, will normally completely disengage, run back. They've killed him in that kind of that crossing period twice now. So maybe an opportunity to try and lurk up in towards the late round. But the thing is, exploiting that tendency relies on giving the sights, and retakes have already proven to be troublesome.
Okay, a little bit of Aldrone action here. Look at that option from Slate. Using the Headhunter, they're looking at the Aldrone, they kill him, and the Headhunter is popped on the side of Skull Emoji. They're going to back him off a little bit here, which is good. Stop the momentum. They've been taking these sites pretty early. You got a minute 40 in these rounds. You can take it a little bit slower, but not if Harmony has anything to say about it. Takes down 2, Hacks trades back 1, but Harmony's still on a rampage. Over pipes. It's going to be Sin with the kill on the Sheriff. Probably going to pick up that rifle coming through mid, but Spike's going down on B.
Yeah, guns won't be picked up, so this retake looking more and more doable. Now the onus falls to the side of 2Z Val. They have the utility to try and re-aggress in towards this one. A double flash, and that null command up for the KO, and Reese in a really potent position. No one's re-pushing into respawn, so this off angle could be huge.
Here we go. Here comes the retake. No command. We're keeping an honest game here. Reese with 1. They don't trade him out. Reese with 2. Reese with 3. Closes out the round. 2Z Val says, nah. Not in my sight.
Man disadvantage. It started so incredibly tough for them. A punishment was found. Skull Emoji ×7, the aggression down mid, claiming a few frags, but they just didn't think of the possibility of a second player being in deep. And the triple kill, able to close things on out. Harmony, again, doing a good job in these early rounds. The Chamber, so often, you see that agent is a bit more of a bait, a bit of a lurker, playing back, playing slow, but his kit also allows for these proactive players to change rounds. 17-6 for the man right now.
When you pop no command on your KO, you expect him to go in and at least get information. Anything he does extra is just icing on the cake.
Yeah.
But they were not able to trade out his death. In fact, he actually went in second died and was not able to be picked up or provide any utility for the team. A little bit of a misplay there from Skull Emoji. Hopefully they clean it up coming forward because 2Z Val, they are on rails right now. It is just coasting into this half.
And it's very interesting because Skull Emoji is loving their mid control, and normally that's kind of the turning point, the edge of the seesaw in this map. Being able to hold mid can oftentimes pull you rounds, but the power of the executes for 2Z Val has meant even if they don't have this space, they still do well. And in this round, well, they've claimed it. Kill early. The operator does reply for Slate to shut down that lurk that has been an issue in towards Halls, but out on the site, that means Sin is alone, isolated. And now, could be in a bit of trouble. Slate forced away, the flash backs him up, and again this lurk, a backstab. Slate should be a dead man, and Harmony ensures it. Only one player remaining, and Harmony again is ready. A double for him, and the 10th now for 2Z.
I swear this guy has a different, he's playing a different map. They're not able to see where he's going at all. I swear half of his eliminations are with the back turned to him. He's able to get behind the opponent so frequently, and the way he has the confidence to do that, he's got rendezvous. Like if he gets spotted lurking, just snap and he's out, right? There's really not a lot of risk for him to take these really aggressive lurks because it keeps paying off time and time again.
Sometimes it really is just as easy as that to get things done. 10-1 now. Skull Emoji, I mean, normally I would be complaining about the lack of a tactical timeout, but it almost feels a little too late for that. It would take a massive comeback to be able to rally in this one, but one round, that's how you got to take it, 1 by 1. You don't have to think about the scoreline. Don't think about the stage. Just think about your own gameplay. And, well, you got to think about the Jet, because, sure, you're worried about that lurk. You're worried about Harmony in the backlines, but maybe you should be concerned with Tuki in the first. Not quite the second he whiffs it on out, but the shock darts could be able to follow up. Reese, elsewhere, contains this play. They realize now that the flank is their biggest worry. They have this man isolated, and they don't have to rush for the spike plant because it's Harmony yet again. Lurks upon lurks. A second backstab. It soon put an end to this flank, and as it does, Toucan is down to a 4 versus 2, but the Reyna still up and alive. No hacks has found one.
Okay, Empress is online. This is actually totally doable for the Reyna here. If they do not shut this down, double swinging, it's going to get really bad from the side of 2Z Val. They do shut it down with the Tour de Force, and Sin is trying to sneak his way to Cubby, but gets found out, taken down, and that is going to be an 11-1 half from the side of 2Z Val. 2 points away from taking map 1.
Oof, that is just a painful one to be able to stomach. The only round you win is that anti-bonus where you almost lose. It came down to, I think, like a 2v2 or 1v1, something along those lines. Not even the round they won has been clean. 2Z Val is looking indomitable in this one. As we get ready to swap one over towards the second half, suffice it to say that this pistol round is a necessity if Skull Emoji even wants to dream of a comeback.
Now, in your opinion, do you think Breeze is more attacker favored or defender favored?
It's attacker favored. It's not 11-1 attacker favored, though.
So there could be a chance here for the side of Skull Emoji to bring this back on the half.
You're maybe a little bit of copium to believe just yet. I need to see like a pistol round, 1 or 2 rounds after that, and then I'll start to believe a little bit more. But thus far, they're going to have to show me something completely different. A 180 required, and this could be the start. Oh! They have Harmony isolated. He still gets one. Not a second, though. Good way to get things going. 2Z now still out close on the site. The tailwind available. He'll hit a shot, get away with it, too. Kushida does get that plant on down, and they have the Viper utility in the post. This is still doable.
They have Toxic Orb right on top of Spike. Who's he sitting with the Sheriff, waiting for that juice to run out. But here we go. Reese on the backside, holding this position. Pushing a little bit here. Gets 1 kill. Kushida fam could be saving it all, but it's no hacks. Asian. Skull Emoji trying to get their round on this one. It's going to be another 2Z Val victory, putting them in map point, not match point. Map point scenario. They're going to get the defuse there. Team Ace on the board. Pistol round 1. It doesn't really get much worse here from the side of Skull Emoji.
No, this is worst possible scenario. I mean, Harmony just completely wide swings him out in the open, takes such a big risk, and it still works. He still gets one. Of course, he still gets one. This man has been outstanding thus far this game. They're going to force buy into this one. They have to. No other choice. You're facing the end of your map, but the buy looking so much stronger for 2Z Val.
Marshall, 2 Spectres, a Ghost, and full utility from the side of Sova. That is their last dying breath here on the first map of Breeze. If they do not start the comeback here now, 2Z Val is going to take it. And that's a huge 0-point knife. Lots of attackers detected there on the side of Elbow. Harmony again If he closes this out with an ace, I'm going to scream.
He might just do it. 2 already. 3rd revealed. Harmony gets it done. The 4th, too. That's outstanding from the chamber, and only one man stands. He wants this ace. He wants to finish in this fashion, and his team, they'll set it up for him. They're jumping forward. They're revealing this player, and it's just a Marshall. Flank coming around. Harmony on opportunity. His teammates are baiting. And the shot is his. An ace for Harmony in the first map to 2Z Val.
2Z Val takes map number 1 and a 13-1 scoreline. Dominant performance as the invited team here from the Foxborough Helix Invitational, and they are able to get their first map win here. I was expecting so much more from the side of Skull Emoji. What they showed in the previous match, I was thinking they could go a little toe-to-toe here. Maybe the next map has a little bit more their favor, but that was so dominant from 2Z Val.
I mean, that's one of those games where you just have to think, we had some mistakes, some things clearly went wrong, but it was really just one where they felt outclassed. The individuals on the side of 2Z Val were so aggressive. 2Z himself, Harmony, all these guys were just taking duels. They did not care. The confidence was flowing through their blood, and it worked so well for them. A couple good moments, though. No hacks, had a couple clips, nearly able to kind of pull off that clutch. The one round that they won was off of a good performance from him. Sure, there were these moments where we saw what this team can do, but overall, it was just a complete difference. At this point, if you're on that other side, if you're facing up against 2Z Val, you just have to take a deep breath, reset, black that first map out of your mind, just erase it, and start fresh.
And we'll have a little bit of time here in between the next map, but I believe it's going to be going to Haven, if I remember correctly, on the map picks. Now, talk to me about Haven. Triple bomb site. What do we think we could play for the strengths here from the side of 2Z Val?
I think that 2Z Val, first of all, they are going to be in another one of these positions where aggression is their friend. It worked so well for them on Breeze, especially when we started on that attacking side. The pushes, the kind of reply to the aggression in towards mid. Haven plays very similar, where that mid control is kind of the pivotal artery of the map. You'll either see teams normally pushing directly for that control in through mid, or you'll see teams that are more focused on the fights towards the extremities. So it's kind of a matter of taking that choice and staking your claim. You have to force yourself to be a team to be respected. Because if you're at a point where you're just getting bowled over, you're just getting ran down round after round, it's really tough to not only believe yourself that you're good enough to win, but also force your opponent to believe the same. You need some of those rounds, some of those clutches to force 2Z Val to slow on down, because speed is their strength.
Yeah, and they picked a superior agent comp, in my opinion. The Reyna, although maybe their best fragger, you could have been seeing a little bit more utility if it was a Jet, potentially. You know, it's hard to really beat Jet and as terms of your entry fragger. Reyna's a bit more of a pugger, but you know, maybe you're just feeling confident. It's really hard to say. Hopefully they come in with a more standard comp going into Haven, because they did not look great with this composition. Look at this. Almost a 30 bomb from Harmony in these map stats. And nobody on the side of Skull Emoji cracked double digits.
Nope. And no one was even close to negative on the side of 2Z Val. Why is it 2Z Val? Why isn't it Harmony Val? Feels like it's more fitting to be able to put that in his name, because this man is nearly single-handedly keeping this team in control of these matches.
And if you want to stay in control of your headaches, make sure to check out Excedrin over there across the arena. They got the Healing Haven, as well as they have their lovely products they have given to us on the arena here. We would love to promote their brand. Make sure you stay ahead of headaches and use Excedrin if you're feeling it. I know PAX is a long weekend. It's a 4-day show, and they've been treating us right, keeping us in sync. They also have a professional masseuse over in the booth, so if you want to go check them out, make sure to do that if you're feeling a bit under the weather, and be safe.
You know, I'm hoping for Skull Emoji that maybe there's time between their match and the next map in the series to maybe go get a massage, slow things on down, try and turn this ship around, and hope that maybe you can take that map to in Haven. We've seen crazier things happen, so maybe an opportunity for this comeback. One of these teams could be moving their way into the money, or we could be sending ourselves to a third map. We'll find all that out right after this break.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
How can I help?
I need more eggs.
Hi, guys. How's it going? So here at the PAX Arena, we're excited about all of our partners. Every single one of them is the reason that we're able to do this. But the next people I'm about to talk to, always excited to talk to because they do something super important for what we're doing today. We've seen a lot of high school and collegiate players on stage today, and if you're wondering, how did those people get there? How are those relationships fostered, both with their families and with the colleges and schools themselves? Well, that is these people, COPE, the Coalition of Parents in Esports. But I'm already giving away too much information. We have Chris and Shay here to tell you more about the organization because it's super important. Say, and this is going to be hard to believe, say I was an idiot and didn't know what COPE was or any of the words Coalition, Parents, Esports. How would you best explain what you guys do to everybody?
We are parents who promote screen time for kids.
Wow, that was way better than what I just stumbled through. So what does that actually mean in a less broad sense, in a more specific sense? What are you guys fighting to do? What stigmas are you guys trying to remove? What do you think is really important?
So we think it's really important that parents know the truth about gaming and all the great things that come out of being involved in these communities. And so many kids benefit from it, and we want more parents to know about it and know how they can pursue academia and careers that they're interested in because they love gaming.
And even just from the elevator pitch, it's something that we can all understand and I think get behind as people who play games. Give kids more screen time, give them more meaningful screen time. What does that mean? You guys are doing really important stuff. What kind of action do you guys actually take in the community? What kind of inroads do you try to make with schools and stuff like that? What do you guys try to do action-wise?
We're rolling out COPE chapters for schools to get more involved, for community members to get more involved, to raise more awareness, help bring the communities together, to get the parents more involved in their kids' education, in their gaming, and their esports, and eventually into their career paths.
And to make sure that stuff like what we're about to see happen, the finals of our Valorant championships here, super important stuff. If people wanted to follow the cause, learn more about COPE, where could they go on the internet?
Well, on the internet, you can go to www.cope.gg. If you're here today, come by our booth and learn more about us, sign up for our newsletter, and get more information. I mean, when we're talking about COPE chapters, every other sport has a parent booster club who's bringing the snacks and planning stuff. We need that for esports as well.
There you go. Just in case you got too used to me, an actual pro, describing what they do. Amazing stuff. Stop by the booth, learn more, but let's get back into the action. We have more Valorant here at our Spin Valorant Showcase. Let's get to those final guys. Back to the casters. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Alex, and a wonderful initiative for anybody that is a little bit dismissive of their ability to play in esports, and their parents are having a hard time understanding the gravitas of the situation, because the situation here is that we have real gamers on the stage right now, gamers that are in college and high school, paving their way and paving their future playing video games, and it's a wonderful thing to see.
It's an opportunity for them to do it right now. 7,500 scholar dollars on the line, right? I mean, winning this final versus coming in second place, that's $2,500 difference. That's $1,000 versus $500 for every single player on the team. So this means a ton for these players, especially for that squad that's already finding themselves a map down.
And let's catch you up. If you did miss the map 1, it was a 13-1 victory in the side of 2Z Val. Skull Emoji has a lot of work to do, so I'm going to prage for them, because I really think they're going to need it in this next map.
I'm glad. I'll give them a little bit too. I'll give them
Everybody,
a little
let's
bit.
prage.
Let's prage together with the audience. We hope we can get a little bit of energy towards them. But let's see where they're going to have to battle for their life. Best out of 3 here. We already got our way through Breeze. That went the direction of 2C Val, like you said. Now we find ourselves on Haven. It's the pick of Skull Emoji times 7, but they got 13-1. That does not give me really high hopes for them. However, it's a new map. It plays a little differently than Breeze. There's always an opportunity for that comeback.
I think Haven sometimes favors the eco round because there's all these really tight corners that you can play around with the shorty or the bucky or the judge, and you can steal a couple of picks away and really turn and capitalize the rounds which you're not making great investments into your arsenal. Haven has some of those rounds to work with. It's a map that's been around for a long time, so teams have made their set strategies to play it. There's a lot of set play that goes on with triple bomb sites. It's a fantastic map to watch because it has been in the pool for so long. And I'm really excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, there should be lots of creativity to be had on this map, and a lot of that comes down to the compositions. To be honest, I did not like the comp I saw from Skull Emoji X7 in that previous one. I don't think they got much value out of the Reyna. I think having a Jet, even going duelistless and just having that chamber to work with, or pulling out the Neon, I think any one of those duelists could have found a little bit more value, even, I don't know, go for a raise on this map, do something crazy. I think it's really tough to get much out of the Reyna unless that player is individually performing and fragging, and even the best players in the world have off days, have off moments. So I don't like having to rely on Arena as the primary force of initiation in a fight for your team. I'm hoping they're changing this up a little bit, and I'm also hoping that they've had the opportunity to reset, right? We had like 10, 15 minutes between map number 1 and between here where we're hopping back on in, so that's plenty of time to just calm down. Take a deep breath as a team, realize that what happened in the past is over. It's a new map, it's a new opportunity. You have just as much chance as your opponents.
Yeah, you hear that, ranked players? Reyna doesn't win games. You want to say it again for all the Reyna players out there?
Reyna doesn't win.
You heard it here, folks.
Don't play her.
Listen to Evil Cat. If anything, she's a Reyna doubter. Hopefully, we see a little bit more utility coming into map number 2 because 2Z Val has a very strong case to make here. They could be winning. We're seeing some hovers here. I doubt we'll see Phoenix. That's an agent that I don't think exists in Valorant right now.
No, he's not real. He doesn't actually exist. What I do hope we see is I actually love to see that Neon locked in. A lot of teams have started to pull it out. After Masters 3 Champions or that old Gambit squad started playing it, a lot of teams started stealing it. Optic, who just made it to the grand finals, really were making a name for themselves in the VCT here in North America with playing that Neon. It's a really exciting agent. It's really effective in competitive play. You can get a ton of value out of the relay bolts. While it does require a little bit more coordination than something like the Jet, you can get a lot done with it.
I'm seeing this Phoenix hover, and I'm just like, please. Please.
Don't put us through this.
I mean, even Yoru would be better, in my opinion.
New Yoru is actually really exciting. We've seen teams play him on this map precisely. You can get a lot of creativity with kind of those fake outs, with getting a little creative, with kind of making teams second guess themselves. So maybe some options there. But let's talk about what we do know, and that's the composition of 2Z Val and its double initiators, that triple flash composition that has found more and more merit in towards this meta. You have Paranoia from the Omen, 2 flashes apiece for your Breach and for your Sky. It's really good in the retakes, and on this attacking side, really good for early fights. Also, if we come down to those situations where you require that re-clear on space, you have plenty of flashes to work with, plenty of information to go around, and you have 2 agents that are excellent to follow that up with the Jet and with the Chamber, both with their respective get-out-of-jail-free cards.
Interesting to note, 2Z Val, this is a Sova-less comp on Haven, and Sova has been a very, 100% pick on Haven in the past, and it's very interesting to see how they're going to pull this off with the Breach instead.
So a lot of teams have actually started to move away from the Sova with these compositions exactly like this one with that double initiator. But there's an inherent risk to that because with Sova, you have a drone, you have a dart. It's very easy to clear corners. The utility is great to just overpower and not require that in the same way when you have this level of just flashing power to get into sights. But if you miss a flash, if a piece of util goes astray, things can slip away, you can miss clearing an angle, and you can be punished for it. So it's a risk, but the reward is really high if you play it right.
All right, gamers, out in the PAX sphere, it's game number 2 between 2Z Val and Skull Emoji. Match point for 2Z Val. Skull Emoji trying to survive in the treacherous waters. We're starting off on Haven.
Getting things going early. Stun out towards long, fighting for this A lobby. Control Sin takes a shot, but actually is able to continue on going. Does not rendezvous away off the rip. Instead, continues this fight. So, a man disadvantage for 2Z Val. They're going to try and fight back through mid, but the Omen smoke immediately up.
And look at this trademark. Really difficult position to clear this. And it's going to be able to spot 2Z if he enters into the site. But look at this lurk from Ikradox. Oh, actually, there's information to be gained from there from Kushida. He knows someone is around, but he doesn't know where. Swings out with the classic, doesn't land the shots. Ikradox takes over the C side, but gets traded. And it's actually a very good start here from Skull Emoji. 4v1 situation. 2Z just sitting. Got a ghost. Got the dash. This is, it's Jet. It's doable.
He's got a chance. Those trademarks are down, so flank is an issue. A Jet on the other side just walking up, but Sin's just running it. He's getting greedy. He wants these kills, and that could work against him. No one's still available here. You can take a fight, dash away, and it's isolated against the Omen. The one tap. 2Z spins around, finds it with a tap on the spike. A bridge too far. Great attempt, but no round.
I was starting to have hope. Whew. I said it in the beginning, but I didn't actually believe it. Thankfully, Skull Emoji does win that round 4v1, and it's something that they needed to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
They did not get a lot of momentum on the previous map in Breeze, and their bye coming into the next one, looking pretty solid. We have known 2Z Val to force in this situation, but interestingly enough, they're only starting with a Sheriff and a Frenzy. They're being pretty reserved here.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable. Didn't get the spike down. Normally when we see teams force in on that attacking side, it'll either be out of desperation or when you have that extra 300 credits. Still, Sheriff's going to get a lot done. It's a headhunter for Harmony, ready on the angle. No Hack's not quite looking. Wanted to push for that information, but no one is there. You have a Sky behind you. Why no Dog? Why no Flash? The utility was there. They just don't use it. Maybe a little bit of hubris, not thinking quite that there could be someone in that close. And now this round could get funky.
Yeah, Trailblazer to spot out back of sight. Slate's going to throw the Paranoia in, but it actually misses 2Z, hits the one tap on the Sheriff, and dashes way out. Kushida actually finds Spike into grass. This is huge from the side of Skull Emoji. They delayed the plant just a little bit here. 2Z is actually going to reclaim, and that's going to be a Marshall through the wall in the window of Garage. Toucan picks up a kill on the site of B site.
Harmony. He's behind. He has a flank in this one, and Toucan's walking right into it. The headshot connects. Now it's only one player left in towards the window. Harmony knows it's in.
Oh, the timing.
The timing, but that's fine. It's information. Spike's down. They can play this post. Trademark on both angles, and it's not even requisite. 2Z takes him on down. That is a round that should have been a win. No issue for Skull Emoji, but they get overzealous. They walk up down long, dry. No utility to follow it up. It's a double initiator comp. You need to be sending out those comms. I need a flash here. I need a dart here. Doing it alone is always such a big inherent risk when you're against a team which has such high individual player caliber like 2Z Val.
That entry onto the B site was huge because they were able to pick up the gun off of that after the Paranoia was dismissed. Very good entry from the side of 2Z. It's going to come back 1-1. Rifles abound for 2Z. Limited buy for Skull Emoji. They bought into last round and did not win. That's a pretty dangerous situation. 4 stack onto C long here.
Paranoia doesn't actually call for the cancel. They continue to push on in. There's a shorty on the close corner. Kushida for one does not get any more. Wanted to aggress into that dark cover, grab a weapon. Doesn't happen. So we level off. 3 versus 3, but look at Harmony. He snuck his way in deep. However, there was a trademark ready for him. He gets revealed. Toucan swings. And now this round starts to slip the other direction. Rex Skater, though, he still has utility, and he has a good position here.
Yeah, and actually, we pulled out the Tour de Force. I think he earned it this round. I don't know if he's going to get much use out of it. Nice little jump peek there from Slate. Gets the information that they're on C. Ooh, opening duel there for Icardox. Dart is not going to scan him. That's hugely valuable in a situation. Gets the trade one more time. It's a 1v1 situation. Turns the wrong way, and the timing is the absolute worst. Sin actually does make use of the Tour de Force. Picks up the kill. Gets a thrifty, no less. And these teams are winning rounds that they should not be winning.
But let's talk about what went wrong there for 2Z Val, because this is where we see the issues with these Sovalus compositions. Normally you have a dart on out. That'll clear the close right corner. That'll clear the close left corner when you're coming up from C long. No Sova, they had to rely on the Sky and Breach utility to do so, and the Jet that was entering goes into that Cloudburst. Normally you kind of see it as a series of steps. Jet into the Cloudburst, wait, team pushes behind, then Jet comes on out. But in that slight gap, someone found a timing. Someone pushed forward. With that shorty, manages to find a kill, and on this one, the shorty not going to find quite as much. Just getting rid of that dart and getting rid of a player now. Toucan over-peeking a bit towards long, and in the backside, the Blade Storm's massive for 2Z.
Yeah, this is a hard take on the A site. And it's going to be hot and heavy. Blade Storm to jump in. 3v5 retake. Not a lot of utility. Trailblazer's going to be diligent here, spot some corners. Didn't actually clear the hard right side, but Kushida's going to take the duel anyway. Loses to Harmony. Rex Skater as well. Ooh, okay. Nice little... cheeky stuff there, jumping up into heaven, using Blade Storm. Perfect accuracy while you're jumping. 2Z Val takes round number 4, and we are all tied up here on Haven. Already a more even matchup than what we saw on Breeze.
Yeah, and really good use here out of that initiator utility in this round. It was just that breach flash on forward. Skybird goes high, blinds everyone on out, dash on in. Blade Storm finds some impact off it. That will be the reset point for Skull Emoji times 7's economy. They're just down to some of these judges here. You see Sin buying into that weapon. Everyone else stuck down to the pistols. This should be the opportunity for 2Z Val to pull ahead.
2Z Val's aware of this shotgun heavy situation here. They're using all their utility to close out sewer immediately. So they're not getting traded on this eco round. Hard stack on the garage. They're just trying to get any picks they can. They might assume they're going to be forfeiting this round anyway. Spike goes down within 20 seconds of round start. Utility comes in. Somewhat doable here. Lots of shotguns on deck, pistols aboard. They all four run out of defender spawn, and it is just a massacre on the site.
Oh, Sin still has a chance at it, though. Rifle in hand, the updraft spotted the shorty. No way! Tuzi pulls it off and might be able to win it out. The denial instead. No hacks. Had the flank, had the wrap, and makes things work with the 1 versus 1.
They picked up so many weapons. That's 2 thrifties from Skull Emoji in this game, and they happen 2 rounds apart from each other. Why are you even buying weapons?
Yeah,
just pick them up from the guys you kill.
All good. Make it work. Apparently it's working out for them. That round started really badly, to be quite honest, for Skull Emoji. A player alone out towards long, isolated, taken down. Then kind of a dissidence in the retake utility. The Omen Paranoia goes out too early, so players are pushing in dry. And then somehow, some way, they still make it happen. Impressive goal from the side of Skull Emoji to pull that one on off. But money up for both sides now. No thrifties in this one.
They're going a little bit more hesitantly down the A site. Toucan, oh, look at this double peek here from Hax. He's in a bad situation. Bladestorm doesn't pay off. They've split a little here between A and C, and they're somewhat going slow. We saw 2 fast rounds onto A in the previous, but they're respecting the guns just a little bit here. Opening duel. Toucan pulls out the shock dart just to keep him honest, back him up a little bit. Dark cover comes to cover.
Easy. We'll retreat out from A, regroup with that spike. Rex Skater does have the Rolling Thunder in this round, so if you can find a lurk for that Omen, find some space, re-hit late with that Rolling Thunder, it could be massive. Seekers do reveal intention, so does this force a reset or does this force the hit? They seem to want to go for it, or at least go for this fake. Rotation pulled over towards C-Long. A has conceded only 1 player here, and he's stunned up. Toucan in a bit of trouble, but the paranoia was good to keep this player alive. Now that stun has relented, and Toucan is still here. He takes 1, but the flash to follow up. Rex Skater turned it out immediately, and now that Spike is alone on the floor towards this A site, but too late is Sin to deny its recovery.
This is going to be such a pivotal swing here. Spike is being planted. They realize it's in default. Guiding Lights gets information that players are on site in the corner, and Cubby, Sin picks up 1. Now it's a 2v1 situation. It's going to be the little doggo to spot him out. Dodges the blind, but doesn't dodge the jump out of heaven. Pulls out the headhunter and double swings from multiple angles. Takes the recite. Goal emoji. Another round on the board.
Very good work out of them. The 4th. To be able to pick back on up, and this is kind of what we were talking about. After that first map, it's about earning yourself that respect, finding yourself these moments to force your opponent to slow on down. They've done that. They're back to the aggression that we saw in their Fracture game. They're back to taking these kind of ballsy fights, and they're winning them. It feels like that confidence has been reinstilled, and it's a really good look for the Skull Emoji team.
Yeah, look at that POV from Sin jumping out of heaven. Oh boy, if you lose that one, it is a total morale buster. Swinging in 2v1. Looks like we have an operator out from the side of Sin as well.
You want to play?
Gonna pull out Tour de Force on the side of Tuzi Val. Oh, spots Mountain Sewer, gets the recon dart out. He doesn't really care that he's being scanned. He doesn't want to stay off of his scope.
Much slower round here from Tuzi Val. They're taking their time in this default. They're giving a lot more respect now for the weapons on up over towards Garage. Bullets pelt on in, but that Jet not actually fine. Taken down through the wall, and Harmony finally finds Toucan. Toucan was the one stuck early in towards that corner, so now the A site could be a bit of an issue. You see that Omen coming back on in, so players will be here to support. But the question is, does Slate want this fight? Does he want this heat? He's trying to make this play. Has to fashion himself a hero.
Oh, Flashpoint's going to reveal him. He's done well just to get 1 after the flash. He's fighting for his life on site. 3v1. They finally trade him out behind default, but here comes Sin with the operator. Operating in dark cover. This is crazy. What a flick from Sin. Pulls out the headhunter, but doesn't get 1 more.
Oh,
Guiding Lights.
Not enough. Not enough to be able to pull that one on out. So another one picked up here for the side of 2Z Val. It looked for a moment like they could pull things off for the side of Skull Emoji, taking that heroic fight. Slate trying to hold the line, trying to buy time for the rotations. But part of the power is that Omen is in those recharging smokes. When you're playing those slow, more defaulted rounds, you can pop one up early, immediately have it on the recharge. You'll notice most Omens put one off straight off the rip, so you can start that 45-second timer that by the time you're going for an execute, you either have one or both back available, back ready to go. Works well for them in that round, and the start was even better in that one. Harmony takes his time, lines up the shot, and gets things going for them.
I want to see this flick one more time. Super slow-mo. Boom. Almost got caught with the bad timing there and nearly lands the headhunter shot there just to clear it out. I believe there is a technical pause on the stage right there. You see us standing up here? We're standing up to commentate. It's a little bit better for your form, but I can sit down if you'd like me to. And we'll get back into our little school special here while we wait for this tech pause to resume. But 4-3 scoreline for Skull Emoji, already looking so much better here on Haven. What's been the primary reason for that?
I think, first of all, it's kind of the reinstilled confidence and the aggression in the early rounds. You see, they're really early. They're really kind of willing to take these early fights in towards mid, in towards that A sewers area. And also, I think Sin as an individual with the opping has been looking excellent, right? Picking up that tour de force, picking up that operator, holding the line on that chamber, oftentimes getting one, falling away, just keeping himself alive to allow this double initiator composition to work wonders in towards the retake. 2Z Val is still playing a similar style to what they were doing in towards game number 1. I want them to show us some of the slower rounds, like the one that we just got to take a peek at, where they take their time, play their default, wait for Skull Emoji to give them that aggression, and then repunish, just crash back into them with their double flash setup.
Yeah, crash into me. I've heard you're a big fan of bans otherwise.
Technical pause, though. Will come on through. So seems like the players just trying to get their stuff sorted on out, get the headphones working, and being able to hear the absolute best of the gameplay there. Does seem, though, that this might be a good opportunity for the side of 2Z Val to just kind of consider their options, right? It may be a technical pause, but it's a pause regardless. You can talk to your team, you can talk amongst yourself, figure out these ideas, figure out the options to switch things up and try and get back to your winning ways.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Sova plays out. I'm a TikTok Sova main myself, and Haven is actually my favorite map to play Sova on. I think it's one of his best next to Ascent. It's a map that you really always pick him on. How do you feel that the Breach has been performing compared to the Sova?
I think that it's been doing fine thus far, to be honest. I think the executions we've had out of the Breach have actually been really excellent. The way they're using it to set up players, especially like 2Z for success, has been working quite excellently. I have been a really big fan of the teams that play this kind of double initiator but triple flash comp. It works really well. It requires a little bit more synergy, a little bit more teamwork, but once you get it down pat, you have those comms on point, things can start to work for you really well, and you make up for that lack of information in that Skydog and just in your pace. Being able to slow things down, kind of play that default, wait for a gap, and then immediately punish because you have a flash literally at every point on the map is really good. And I think they've actually been doing a solid job at it.
Way better than on Breeze. And we're still waiting for the technical pause to resume here. We apologize for the delay, folks, but we want to make sure that everything is good on stage because we have high stakes on the line here. $7,500 total prize pool.
Yeah.
Winner is walking away with the lion's share. Scholar dollars. All of the players you've seen on stage thus far, eligible high school all the way from freshmen to college seniors are able to play in this. So not only do you have to be good at Valorant, but you also have to be balancing your life around school as well. There are many different initiatives to help you with that. Of course, we have Spin and we have Cope as well. So check out their booth and make sure to get active if you are an eligible high school student. Check out these initiatives because they're giving away big money for scholarships nowadays to play esports.
I wish I had these opportunities when I was still in school. Being able to go like play Valorant or just work within one of these programs would be really amazing. To have these opportunities for younger people to get kind of acquainted with esports and have opportunities to play on stages like this while they're still young to have that taste is really awesome.
Now, let's talk a little bit about who you like to play.
Ooh.
Because I'm known as a Sova guy, but who's your agent to go to in the rank that you, I assume, play as an Immortal, right?
I'm like Diamond. I'm going to be honest.
You don't have to tell them that.
I'm not that crazy. My micro's not insane, but I'm cringe, so I play Chamber because I can be basically a jet, but I can also bait my team, which is a really fabulous combination. And because even if you can't rifle, you can just buy an operator. All good, free kills.
We love Chamber, we love Chamber, we love Chamber.
He's super balanced and fair, and I think he's really great for the game. Smile.
I can tell you really mean that.
I've never said an insincere word in my life.
So if you're not playing the Chamber, who else is it?
Sova, that was my favorite thing. I'm obviously just a big fan of your Sova TikToks, and have to go through, learn every single lineup. And
I'm such a nerd.
Yeah. How long have you spent in the range just discovering Sova lineups?
That's a great question. I don't know how much time I spent on Valorant in general, but I'd say probably. Okay, so here's a good example.
Okay, please.
You know that like custom games can like time out.
Yeah, 90 minutes and they just shut down.
I do that probably once a week.
Still, to this day.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I forget and I just go into a session, hit all the maps. Like, once you introduce a new map, like my Fracture game is probably not as good as it is on, like, all the rest of them. Ascent, Icebox, Haven, Split. Also, Split's not a very good map for Sova.
But do you play him on that map regardless?
I do, just because I'm carried by my agent.
That's reasonable.
Split is just, like, the worst map, in my opinion. And I think that's because I'm a Sova player.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I think Split is incredibly stale. It's just like put a trademark in towards vents every round. Go fight for a ramp control. Break the trademark. Fight back in. Play your default. It's really stale, especially in competitive play, I feel.
Yeah, and we all praise Ascent. I think we can all agree that Ascent is probably maybe the best map in the pool.
It is the best map, but I think that's probably both because we're both Sova players that we feel that way.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people like Ascent regardless of which agent you play.
I just like it because the level of just like serotonin just immediately injected into my brain every time I get a kill with a double shock lineup is just fantastic.
You and me both, sister. Still waiting on that tech pause on stage. Apologize one more time, but we have plenty to talk about here on the map pool. Let's talk a little bit about the next map, Ascent. If it goes the distance,
sure.
And this is like looking way into the future, Skull Emoji has to take this map, and they have to get going. How do you feel about Ascent? Oh, actually, I think, what is that?
Is that a timer?
Is that a timer ticking down?
I don't think we have to talk about Ascent because I think we might just be able to talk about the game at hand. We're back into Haven. 4-3 is where we left it. Skull Emoji making their return and finding themselves in the lead. However, that last round loss, now their economy a little bit worse for wear. This is a faster play, denying the control in towards A sewers for Tuzi.
This sewer control has been very fast. Oh, that
timing. The second he ambles up, the dog hits him, he's stunned, and he's straight into Harmony's crosshair. That one hurts. However, the pain will be alleviated just a little bit. Sin replies with that tour de force, so we level out 4v4.
Yep, Seekers are on board. They got pretty much split into every direction, one into B, one into A. They're just going to send it all down C, hopefully catch a timing here. Kushida is in the back of sight, and now he's eliminated. Hunter's Fury is going to get one tag on. Oh, Reese actually goes down. Got to dodge that Hunter's Fury a little bit better. This is still doable here. Tour de Force is out for Skull Emoji on the retake. Necrodox is playing a very off angle here. Oh, what a shot in the window there. Just barely catches the top of his noggin, puts a bullet through it, levels the playing field.
Oh, that's stun. It's going to isolate the player in close, and the Tour de Force shot misses. Flash is good.
Come on.
The shots are not. Eventually, he'll find it. And Rex Gator grabs the second. Little awkward, but he gets it done.
He is well aware that that should have been resolved way earlier. Almost empties an entire Vandal clip to try to get that kill. Eventually does. That's one of those ones you just quit out the game immediately if you're in ranked. I've seen people leave games over missed kills like that.
He got a double though. Still, all good. Nothing
All
bad
good.
happened.
All good. Nobody saw a thing.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Nobody's watching.
No one's watching. I'm sure. All is fine, all is well, at least for the side of Tuzi Valance. Skull Emoji, though, their economy's starting to feel that hurt. It will just be down to the pistols, couple of the shorties, and a headhunter, which is only good for hunting dogs, apparently. Tuzi does trade out that death, and, well, this one looks like it might just be clean, as the A site has but one defender left. The off angle, I believe, has already been spotted, and Slate will fall.
Yeah, they can see just a little tootsie right there.
Yeah.
Just peeking out just barely out of the dark cover. Pre-fires it a little bit. Another successful A-site take here for Tuzi Val, which is where most of their round wins have been.
this setup in the post is really solid. Tuzi's in close, just playing that anti-flash, and you'll see that the second that they break contact, either this Breach or Sky can immediately flash to counter on through. Tuzi would swing off of that. It's good these guys have practiced together.
Yeah, they're just hoping for exits here. There's not a lot of hope. 2 shorties on board. They're just hoping to maybe get a rifle. Oh, we get one. Oh, no, that was so pivotal. Yeah, they're going to run him down. They realize the situation. They were good to get 1 off of that. I think 2 was doable, but beggars can't be choosers, and Tuzi Val takes the very slight lead in round number 9.
We run it back with the double up, though. That's Skull Emoji's answer. They tried this once back on Breeze. Didn't work for them. They got no kills with the operators, and then everybody died. But this map's a little bit different. You can put them at a bit further distance out towards those extremities. Both these agents have an opportunity to get out for free. You're not reliant on that Reyna dismiss. So Sin goes over towards C long. You put the other operator over towards A. This A lobby control has been something Tuzi Val often contests for. So the operator might be the antidote.
Dude, look at all that utility coming out on A long. There's no way you can hold that operator there. He gets backed off immediately. But look at this utility dump towards the A site. And look where the spike is. It's gesturing over towards C. Skull Emoji might get baited in by this, but we got 1 chamber. Finds a peek. Oh, actually hits him through the wall, and it doesn't kill him, but it damn near is close. He's actually going to get healed from the overgrowth from the sky when he backs away. No harm, no foul.
Rolling Thunder available. They want to just hit this one towards A. That requires getting past Toucan, though. He's droning. This might be too close. The player running him down. Not time to pull out that weapon. Now the Rolling Thunder comes on through. The Jet in close. Actually doesn't get hit. No, Hax, he has a perfect position. He can push back in. If he can look for more here, the Paranoia connects. In close, Cloudburst. It would require a no-scope. At this point, surely he gets nothing done, and that he will not. 2 players left alive now, and Skull Emoji already falling apart. Harmony picks up a 3rd frag, and Reese just finishes out the job. 6-4 now for Tuzi Val.
I can't believe that Rolling Thunder missed him. That was really, really close, if so.
He had the 1 pocket of safety, the 1 opportunity to stay unstunned. But again, double op invested, no kills found with the setup.
And you can see it hurting on the economy side of Skull Emoji. That was a nice pick there from PAX, but not enough as they bombard on the site. They're really dumping a lot of utility early in this round, they being Tuzi Val, just to clear out these operator holds. And now that they have all the utility and the gun power, they're probably going to run it down pretty quickly here.
Aggression out through mid, all 5 players fighting for this space. Another one of these rounds where Harmony will just look to contest. He misses the shot. Now the Skybird on through the Ares, though. Not quite the weapon for that job. C-site is secure, but with that op recovered, the retake may be a possibility.
Yeah, op recovered out in grass. I didn't get to see who picked it up, but PAX actually gets enough kills to pull out the Blade Storm, but it instantly gets shut down. Seekers are out from the side of Tuzi Val. That's going to give instant information, but Slate has other opinions, picks up the Vandal, but gets paranoid, blinded. Tuzi takes opportunity to eliminate him. And there, it's just, they're mowing him down inside that garage tunnel. There's nowhere to go.
Still, respect given for getting it that close. A couple nice shots with the Sheriffs and bringing it a little closer than it probably should have been at the onset. They're trying the double up again, though. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like they have not found a solution whatsoever for this double initiator setup and kind of the opening gambits that Tuzi Val has been running with these early stuns out towards long, the early flashes out towards C. There's never really been a fair fight. Every time Tuzi Val is taking a peek, there's a flash behind it. They're only taking the high EV duels, and the operator will have to find a nasty angle to be able to get that done.
They have to figure out a way to shut down this A push. When they have the weapons, it's hard to do it, and that's going to be Vandal on operator action. Vandal's lost. They ping the operator. They're going to want to try to recover that, but look how much space they've taken on this A. Oh, and they're actually going to call for a rotate. And here's Harmony once again in his natural position. Boom!
He's got it, and he wants more too. Can push deeper, the teleporting towards the backlines. No hacks. Actually doesn't take care of it. And the dash was used. He needs to survive. He needs to stay up. Again, these tough situations, the operator can get no more. Harmony, however, keeps things rolling. A second shot out towards mid, leaving it down to just 1 player. Alone is Toucan, and he can't even get the first. Harmony, a 3K to close out the half.
Well done on the attacking side from Tuzi Val. They seem very confident running it down. But how are they going to do holding this Skull Emoji in the next half?
feel like they might just keep running.
They
Aggression
could
seems to be
just
the
run it
strong
back
suit.
right at him. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if there is a map to get hyper aggressive, it is here on Haven. Use your double initiators, fight for that extremity control. I imagine they'll play similarly to how they did in the first half, with heavy emphasis over towards a lobby. And look, here it is again. Breach plays over towards a link. Stun comes off the rip, dash up for the jet, flash off of it. This is a really, really tough opening to deal with.
all right, opening pistol round here for Skull Emoji, and it's going to be an important one. If they want the momentum into this, this is a hugely pivotal round. Bolt line rips everybody out in the lobby, and it's going to be Ichrodox trading one. Couple of kills traded down long, some damage done from the 2Z Val side, but they still maintain a man lead.
And they'll concede A. They're comfortable playing the retake. Double initiator allows it. They're okay to give this space away, and they will be forced to do so. Dog clears all the space on this A site. They use the drone as well. That feels like a bit of an overinvestment of utility, because now, what do they have for the retake? You see the second that spike gets tapped or gets planted instead, you're available with the utility to fight back on in. Instead, patience. 2Z Val waits for all 4 players to rotate on over.
Look at that. Kushida is holding a guiding light. As soon as the contact is made here, gonna blind out Harmony. They come in, hits with the fault line. Reese jumps out of heaven on the retake. Calamity on the site, and now it's just one Sova. Harmony and Ridge. Taps the spike. Peeks out, swings one. Gets the elimination. It's halfway, but that's actually gonna spot him. That's huge. And he gets the kill. Toucan claims the pistol round. Well done. Staying cool under pressure. Hits his shots.
A 2K for Toucan as he saves that round on through for Skull Emoji. In towards the post plan, things were looking dire at first. The utility available in towards his retake was honestly excellent for 2Z Val. Jump in from heaven, punish onto that. The trades were even. Unfortunately, for the side of 2Z Val, there was just not enough players, not enough health, and no Omen left standing to block off that Sova's angle. Very good job to keep his team in it.
Great start for Skull Emoji if they want to run it back in the second half. I know I asked you on Breeze as well, but how do you feel about Haven? Whoa, hold on. Toucan with the Spectre, opening pick. And they're gonna take this opportunity, but actually it's actually Ichrodox running it back. Headhunters, there's so much Calamity out in grass, out in mid. Skull Emoji still has the man advantage. Out in the window. Sin pulls out Headhunter, getting a little bit of frisky peeks here.
What? That's ridiculous. Straight through the wall. Sin was ready, claims that shot. 2Z Val has but 1 man remaining.
But Sin is very, very insane. Almost someone need to check him PC.
Someone do. Someone do. Hopefully we'll get the admins on that in just a moment. Reese, though, alone in this endeavor. Recovers the Spectre, sure, that's fine, but he doesn't want to live through this round. Getting that bonus is better, trying to deal a little bit of damage, and if nothing else, just die to the spike.
Yep, looks like it's going to be a save here. They might be able to free this Spectre away, depending on the timing here. Headhunter doesn't land. That's got to be nice for Reese, and he's going to die to the spike for the economy reasons, because that's how it works. He's going to take the extra money in round number 2. 6-8. A little bit of a... Do you smell a comeback here, maybe?
Smell something.
It wasn't me, I promise.
The empanadas across from our booth, or if it's a comeback.
They're
definitely
pretty good.
something. Definitely something along those lines. We'll have to see
Wow.
if that comeback can become reality, as it is going to be the full reinvestment here. Couple lost weapons in the previous for Skull Emoji. Spike plant paired with that means they do want to take this risk. Losing this round, though, could be critical, as again, it's going to be that fight towards a lobby. Bird comes through, stun follows up, but down goes Reese. Great shot from No Hacks.
And will they use that opening pick to continue to push A? They've got a 2-split here. 2Z takes down 1. On top of the box here, has a lot of opportunity, turns the wrong way, unfortunately. Even the playing field, 3v3, and now they're backing up just a little bit.
Rexiator, does he commit to fighting for this reclear? Because right now they are fully starved of information. There you go. Nice little treat. Info that someone is out towards garage. The question is now, what can you reply for that? Your chamber's too far away to contest. This round will likely just fall to the retake. Skull Emoji, do they want to concede? Play out towards long, or do they want to fight deeper? That's the question. Sim has been spotted out on the cross, but comes out the better of the damage exchange. The trade frag, though, is excellent. So 3 versus 2 to work with. Now you have to stay on the site for Skull Emoji. You have to fight right here, right now, and Toucan starts for the first. Needs a little bit more, though. The flash is used, but no one to follow it up. In Garage comes the Omen, but down goes Toucan. The trade is good. A crossfire established and a round claimed.
Nice retake there from 2Z finally getting on the board in their defensive side. That's going to be huge coming in. They're going to keep 1 Vandal. It's going to be a little bit of a weird buy next round because they lost most of their guns. We might see a little bit of a half buy come out. Yep, looks like Bulldogs, pistols, half shields. It's going to be a really scrappy round coming up.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty scrappy for both sides. Big investment for both these teams. They're going to try and play in towards these forced by wars. Enough weapons saved to allow it. A couple ults around the corner for the side of Skull Emoji. Sin almost at that tour de force. Toucan almost at his Hunter's Fury. I imagine that's what they would put the emphasis on, trying to grab in this one. Question is, can they even get to that ore? Because you see again, trying to take this fight. Will just stash away though. No effect.
Toucan finding a little bit of fire in the second half. Seems to be the opening pick for many, many rounds here. Look at this Bulldog hold in the inside of Garage. A weapon that maybe doesn't get as much love as, I don't know, the Bulldog is just like, they keep trying to make it good and it's just not. But for the investment, you know what weapon is good? The Vandal. And you know who else is good? No Hacks.
He's been pretty solid. Double entry out towards the A site. They slow things down, they get rewarded. Ecrodox tried to aggress back in through mid. Now it's just 1 player left alone. Harmony, been massive, but 1v5 maybe feels a bit too far. Utility should be blocking him off, should reveal him soon on this fake trademark. Blocks him out. Slow field won't go off, so at least you have something left in the tank damage. That's the hope, but Harmony has already been revealed. 5 players, a firing squad, just waiting for him.
He's got a headhunter at long distance here. Couldn't get a pick. He's trying to do something. Take a weapon away. He knows that the round is lost. Anything you get there is a little bit extra. Closing the gap ever so slightly. Skull Emoji, 7-9 scoreline here on Haven. That was a huge round for them to win because it was not a full investment. And now the economy is absolutely broken on the 2Z side. All pistols, 1 ghost, half shield. They're going to have to full eco in this round. They don't have Blade Storm. They don't have Tour de Force. It's going to be a rough round.
Skull Emoji times 7 looking for their 8th round here. Will be aggression as they reply. That 1 ghost invested. Flash to follow it up, and it actually gets a kill. Blade Storm is now earned, but 2Z overheats just a little bit. Extends deep in that one, was hoping to maybe recover the weapon, pop his Blade Storm. There's a story you can start to tell, but maybe Ecrodox is painting a new picture because now a player is isolated in Reese. If he gets 1 more here, keeps this man advantage, that could be big. Skull Emoji, though, they realize he's isolated. The prey has been spotted, but the smoke fades. Worst possible timing. So now the Classic gets a frag, and Rex Skater is in a position to flank. Toucan's trying to hold down the fort, but they're being crunched. A Vice broken, though. No Hacks takes that frag, and now the lineup is there. Ecrodox 1 for 1. Vandal versus Pistol in the dark cover to sustain. Teleport away!
My God.
But no Hacks reads into it. The timing is perfect, and Skull Emoji keep things alive, grabbing their 8th round.
Woo! Very close round there for Skull Emoji. They almost gave that one away on the full eco to 2Z. They do save it in the end with a heroic shot through the dark cover. 8-9. It's looking interesting. Getting spicy.
That is not a round I feel good about, though. If I'm on the side of Skull Emoji, that is a round that should have been clean, should have been yours. And it almost slips away still. They keep things going in this one. They have plentiful money and plentiful ults. All 5 actually available in towards this one. But look at the change in setup.
That was
A is
so
getting
good.
conceded.
Here we go. Trying to take A long, already out. Using a little bit of the cloud burst to get just a little bit more space there. And it's Reese taking down the lurk. Rolling Thunder is going to go out on the A side, but it's actually not going to catch anybody. Guiding Lights and Seekers utilized here on the A side. Here comes Kushida into the site, gets taken down from Heaven. 2Z is going to follow up on this, and it's actually Rex in the small corner. Spike is down on the site. Momentum stalls a little bit here, but it's actually Omen to cross over. Doggo's not going to stun anybody. Bladestorm gets popped. 2v1 situation here for Skull Emoji. Uses the right click, doesn't get refunded on the Bladestorm, but picks up a Vandal. 1v1 situation. Jet on Jet. Can't get much more anime than this.
Utility available. Tuzi was ready for it. Drops down below. Denies the chance for the clutch. A valiant attempt by No Hacks, but still nothing doing. Tuzi Val hold the fort in that round. Really just one ult invested. That Rolling Thunder finding so much value to cancel that hit. They reclaimed that space initially, and Skull Emoji got to the point where it was like, we've already committed so much to the site. All our utility has been put in. We're so close. We might as well just try and get over that hurdle. They do eventually get into the site, but the 1v2, just not a great position to win it.
Yeah, Tuzi's been absolutely on point with those second or first shot headshots, dash away.
Yeah.
That's been his MO the entire match.
He's been great at them thus far. Tour de Force actually recovered here. That was the fight for the orb towards A. Interesting setup too. Rendezvous gets him immediately back towards B, so he'll be quick to support, but does he hit just a little faster?
It's actually stuck to his body. He's going to run to the back of their spawn to spot out more people. Tour de Force gets one. Ecrodox gets another, hiding right behind stage.
No way!
Gets the reload and gets another. That is so sick from him to be able to pull that off. Skull Emoji goes down, 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 and they're losing their momentum here, Mimi.
It's been ripped away from them. 11th round now found. Tuzi Val, I mean, they saw the aggressive hit. They saw the momentum that Skull Emoji was building, not just in the round count, but in these hits. Confidence was their key, and now that's getting stolen on away. They'll still have a buy in this round. They still have a few ults to work with. There's a chance, but this round feels like the tipping point. Are they making the decision to invest? There's a case to be made that you save, try and play for the next, but they're buying. They're going for this one. A loss here could turn the tides against them.
Classic A lobby aftershock here. Gonna slow him down just a little bit, but it looks like the hit is out towards mid. They're already out in grass. Spike is taking a lead position here from the side of Skull Emoji. They're going hot and heavy into the B site. This is something we have not seen from them just yet. Spike goes down. Rex gets a huge kill. Harmony with another. Aftershock is going to deny them to be able to pick up the Spike. Trades going out all over the B site, and we're only left with Toucan. Gets one in the window. Half a clip to work with. Gets two. Pops into the dark cover, but it's not enough to conceal his fate as they will go down 12 rounds. Match and map point for Tuzi Val on Haven.
The last chance here for Skull Emoji. They put their all into that previous round. Full weapons invested. They took a risk. They changed the pace. They tried something new over towards that B site, but still, it wasn't effective. And now, on the brink here, it would take a miracle to be able to pull this round on through the weaponry. A little worse for wear. What is their play? Heavy towards C long. They want to avoid that A lobby crunch. Hope they can get the drop towards the C site, but they'll be walking straight into a chamber who's contacting forward. Gets one, but is greedy. Does not teleport away. That 1-for-1 favorable.
Huge hit on the C site here. They only get traded out one. They take the site. Spike goes down once again. It's way in the back of the site, and they have line on this. Rex is holding it close. They're going to push him back just a little bit. Trailblazer's going to stun up. No hacks. Guiding Light and Flashpoint, dumping a lot of this double initiator utility. Aftershock is going to be going behind default to clear out the angles. It's Kushida down. It's Skull Emoji on the win. They're still alive. There's still hope. Do you believe?
I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to have some faith in this team. 13-1. They score the first map, and now they find themselves up against another precipice. But this cliff, a lot shorter. Only 3 rounds required to be able to pull this one back in. The way we started that round, though, feels hubris from Tuzi Val, right? You're sticking there. You have a rendezvous. It was clear the play was get one, get out. He wanted more. He got greedy and was punished for it.
I mean, if he hits that spray transfer, it's done. That's a very greedy round, but they have a couple in the bank. Their eco is not that bad. Tuzi's going to pop Bladestorm and take this little sneaky position here. Sin's going to find the opening pick out on A lobby. Bladestorm finds one. Down on 10% HP here.
Oh, the reclear as well. Paranoia to follow that one on up, so space gained. Back in towards mid. What's the reply, though? Reese wanted to fight for this one. All he does, though, is destroy that trademark. Honestly, good. Now puts the fear of a flank in towards Skull Emoji. They have to be constantly wary of someone re-pushing in late. Seekers are popped over towards C. shows intention that there are at least multiple players on that side. I imagine the reply is a hit back towards A, and with the kill in towards B, you can split this now. No Hacks wants to sprint forward. If he can win this kill over Reese, then he might just be able to win this game. No, Reese shuts it down, stays alive, and now he has to make himself a hero. The Seeker's forward. Another shot in the flash earned as well. Reese wants more, and Reese has got it. A third frag for the man. 4 picked up. Reese closes out. 2Z Val, your champion.
Reese with a magnanimous performance at the end, gets the 3K, uses the utility to perfection, and secures 2Z Val's victory here at the PAX Arena. Well done.
So well deserved to them, and who else but 2Z to top the charts in that final game. Massive performance from him, from Harmony, honestly from this entire squad. They looked well prepared. They pull out a composition that is hard to pull off in that second half. In the second map of Haven, and they make it look good. They look dominant on Breeze, 13-1. Doesn't feel a team more deserve it.
Round of applause for 2Z Val, ladies and gentlemen. They played their hearts out. This was the squad that qualified from the Foxborough qualifier over at the Helix Esports LAN, and they were brought into PAX as the team to beat, and they showed it. It's hard to beat It's hard to beat that stack of 5 because I believe most of these players are Immortal Plus. But, you know, in that second map, Skull Emoji put up a really good effort. Like, once they hit that defensive side, I would start to believe just a little bit.
Yeah, I really was as well. I think that these players definitely showed that they had some call. It's really tough to take that initial loss, get basically stomped out, obliterated on map number 1, and within that 10-minute break, turn your ship around, keep things back in towards your favor, and make that map as close as it was. There was really some of those pivotal moments, 1 or 2 more rounds swinging their favor in the first half, and that could have been a 1 game.
Very, very close. Let's check out a package of highlights from that map. There were a lot of great moments here. Let's run them through. It's just everything to say about 2Z Val. They played 3 matches on stage. They won all 3 of them. They did not drop a single map. They played Haven. They played Icebox. They played Breeze. They won every single time.
Yeah, that they did. 2Z Val, it's good that they're a team that came prepared. They were ready to play in this environment. They were ready to show up. The ideas they brought out were good. The coordination as a team was great. I think their Haven game really showed that, because thus far their first 2 matches on stage were just them stomping, just them showing their individual prowess. But this second map, in way of Haven, it was them showing us something more, showing the coordination, the good decision making in towards the mid round, and also still having a lot of those moments with the individual prowess.
That double initiator setup really showed in their retakes when they played defensive side.
Yeah.
It was very impressive to watch, especially these last moments that we're about to see coming up here from the side of 2Z Val. That shot through the wall, maybe the highlight of the match. Absolutely. You know, when he sniped the Shrouded Step out of C Cubby as well,
that was
we'll
wild.
see that later. That was also pretty wild.
Yeah, I think that Sin, Toucan, I mean, No Hacks, all those guys, even though they lost on out, were still looking really good. Like, it's clear that the player caliber was high on both these teams.
Gosh.
I think it was just that there was a lot more coordination, a little bit more preparation, probably more time as a team over on 2Z Val, whereas this other squad, well, they had that great player quality. Some of these moments where things got close, where you had to make those really quick decisions as a team in the mid-round, maybe some of those mistakes were made. Still, it's really respectable, and they don't walk away empty-handed. $2,500 Scholar dollars still given to them.
That's very true. Even at second place, they didn't take it away. Here's the final moments from Reese, using the guiding lights to perfection, flashes them in, gets the kill in Sewer. Didn't get the tag down, just a little bit of critique there. Wasn't fast enough to spray. But nonetheless, 2Z Vals are your champions here at the PAX Arena. What a fantastic day of Valorant action, and I couldn't have asked for a better final ending. Our invited team takes the dub, and they're walking away with the lion's share of that $7,500. Thank you so much to Spin as well for their initiatives to get these players out here, because this was a very last-minute thing. They qualified last night, and they drove into Boston to play in this LAN, and I think they were the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough circumstance, right? Not knowing if you're going to be the team going, fighting for your life in that qualifier to even make it here, and then running the gauntlet, winning the whole darn thing. Incredibly impressive, and really a showcase of how deep the talent pool runs for young players, right? We have so many collegiate and high school players in Valorant that are just so incredibly skilled in the teamwork, in the individual play, and I'm sure that a lot of the names that we saw on this stage will continue to play, continue to find those great moments. It's an exciting future for them.
Yep, I'm really hoping that is the first of many for the 2Z Val squad to be able to compete at the collegiate level and win scholarship monies. to pay for those books and room and board that we all know is a little pricey.
Yeah.
But we're trying to get you guys through it. I've been there, done that. I've been a broke college student. It's not a good time, but playing something you love to do and winning money while you do it, what more can you ask for?
What more could you ask for? Really, it really feels like it does sometimes come down to being simple as that. I mean, it's really exciting too, because I think that in Valorant especially, it has been a game that has come up so often just during the pandemic. So many online tournaments, so many opportunities. It's a very real thing to get to meet your teammates, meet these players that you've been playing with in ranked, in competition, online for so long, come out to a LAN event, do it with them together, win as a team, and kind of feel that energy together. It really just kind of gives you that bug of competition.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. I would love to be able to hear a word from our players on stage. So without further ado, it's going to be Alex Correa to interview our winners.
All right, guys, competition was fierce. 8 teams, a lot of players entered, and 5 came out victorious. Give a round of applause to your winner of the Spin Valorant Showcase and $7,500 of scholarship money. Tuzi Val, everybody. Give him a round of applause. Where's that big novelty check? This is what it's all about. Guys take regular pictures. You guys take mental pictures. There we go. That is esports right there. I do want to ask you guys, holding this check, what does it feel like to battle through all these teams, to come out on top, to have this game, too, go as far as it did? Were you ever nervous? How does it feel overall?
Yeah, the nerves definitely hit me a bit, as you saw on stream there. But, we came out on top 2-0, never dropped a map and I'm proud of us.
Hey, I'm proud of you too. I'm excited for what you guys are going to do with this money. How this is, obviously it's going to go towards schooling and continuing esports in the collegiate level. How important is it for you guys to continue gaming as you guys get older, as you guys hopefully go to school? How important is that to you guys?
It's pretty important. I mean, if you want to do something in life that you love, you might as well do it.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. And if you don't do that, then you can become a stage host. Isn't that great? Keep playing Valorant. You guys are awesome at it. Is there anyone you want to shout out to? First of all, listen, they won scholarship money. They won glory. Tuzi is the real winner. We just said his Twitter handle all day, so I guess follow him. But is there anything you want to shout out other than yourself, Tuzi?
At TuziVal on Twitter.
No, that doesn't count. I said you can't do that. Whatever. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. One more round of applause for Tuzi Val and everybody else. Go follow all of them. Go find them. Thank you guys so much for another amazing day here at the PAX Arena. I want to thank Tuzi Val. I want to thank Spin. I want to thank everyone for watching at home. You guys are awesome. I want to thank our casters, and I want to thank everyone who makes this possible, our sponsors, our partners. I want to thank MSI. I want to thank Excedrin. I want to thank Razer, and I want to thank everyone at home for watching. You guys are amazing. To everyone here from the PAX East show floor, we love you so much. Come back tomorrow. We have our Almost Pro 10K Open finale Splitgate happening tomorrow. People are going to be battling for tens of thousands of dollars. You're not going to want to miss it. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Thanks.